Thank you, Mariana. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out to be here with me. This is my first time in Australia. First time, and I love it. After my first day, after I recovered from my little jet lag, I thought I could live here. I've felt that way. Sydney is just such a lovely place, and I've been fortunate to go with Mariana to some other sightseeing places, and it's just wonderful. The other thing that I just want to state before I chat about our topic here is, I've met a few of the Australian UFO researchers here already, and it's been a real eye-opener for me. I had been familiar, certainly, with a lot of UFO research out of Australia, but it's a totally different experience when you talk to these researchers one-on-one, and I'm just, it makes me really wonder, like, why would anyone want to hear me speak about anything? There's so many people who know more. This isn't fake. I think that I'll have interesting things to discuss with you, but I guess the point is that there is so much fascinating research being done here, and my hope is that research also gets out in as much circulation as possible. The land down under has a tremendous, tremendous history of UFO phenomenon, as I think all of you know. So for today, I have two lectures that I've got planned. One is very political, and one is a bit more philosophical. That's this one right here. But I will just, I guess, give an overview. Oh, one other thing that I'm doing that I probably ought to mention. My current book project is not a UFO book. So I've chatted about this a bit from time to time. Mariana did mention false flags. That is what I'm working on right now. It's a history of false flag operations in the modern world. I'm deep in the heart of that book right now. And I assume we all know what a false flag is. Let's just assume a horrible event, blowing up buildings, killing people, whatnot, that is then blamed on another party in order to justify typically heinous actions that could not otherwise be justified, whether it's enacting draconian laws, invading countries, you know the drill. We've all gone through this. So I'm doing a history of that phenomenon, and it's about as riveting to me as when I first jumped into the UFO field. This is in the way. This is causing the noise, I just see. About 25 years ago when I first looked into UFOs, that too is an experience where I remember spending many nights staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out my worldview. Same with false flags. It's a topic that can really suck you right in. So I'm working on that, and toward that end, I just received confirmation that I will be hosting and writing a television series for Gaia TV on the subject of false flags and covert operations. So yeah, thank you. Well, clap when it's done, when I actually have something. But I'm excited about it, and I'm writing out all of the. We're either doing 13 or 15 episodes for the first season. If there's any other seasons, great. But it's my own vision and assessment and analysis of what's important about false flags. So we're going to start shooting in about a month. Hopefully I'll have everything written by then. So we'll see. But it's good. It dovetails with the book work that I'm doing. So, and actually, perhaps we'll get a chance to discuss that in my second lecture, a little bit of false flags. And then the other thing that hopefully we'll get a chance to chat about might be the forthcoming U.S. presidential elections. I'm assuming you're as hopped up on that as everyone else in the world is. Lock her up. You know, it's funny. We'll just take 5 minutes. In the United States, I'm sure you're aware, the mainstream media, it has never, ever happened, ever, I think in American history, that like every single one of the top media outlets has endorsed one of the two candidates, and the other one has received, to my knowledge, not a single endorsement from a mainstream media source. So the entire establishment is behind Hillary Clinton, and the entire establishment is opposed to Donald Trump. And that alone is going to make anyone want to root for Trump, right? I would think. When you have the entire mainstream establishment. And yet what's amazing to me is, you know, after all the opinion polls that show Hillary leading, I still really don't know who's actually winning the polls, because no one believes in the integrity of the American political system anymore. I don't think anyone believes it. All the mainstream talking heads go on television, and who really believes them? But my fear is that too many people still believe it. When you go through American society and you talk to people, it's still evident to me that the mainstream narrative has seeped into the minds of a lot of folks, because what they do is they dominate the discussion. They dominate the parameters of what is discussed. So much so that my heartbreaking moment when I heard Noam Chomsky, who I grew up admiring greatly, tell the public that they had to hold their nose and vote for Hillary, because he did say this, because God forbid that Trump be elected. And Noam Chomsky said that, and I thought, oh, how could you do that? But hopefully I'll talk a bit more about that in the lecture this afternoon, particularly because I'm going to talk about the geopolitics of the UFO cover-up this afternoon, and that will have disclosure implications. And of course, there's a lot coming out these days with the Podesta leaked emails, John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, and there's some UFO disclosure chat, his correspondence and communication with Tom DeLonge, the singer from Blink-182. Some of that I'd like to chat about later this afternoon, and much more. We'll talk about Putin, we'll talk about China, and the deep structure of secrecy as well. All of that, I think, will come up this afternoon. For now, I have a lecture that I really have come to love. And, oh, thank you. I love this lecture. I hope that you will too. I've given it different names, so let's call it Extra-terrestrial, Interdimensional, and Other UFO Theories. My intention is for us, I don't have a lot of answers. I have some answers, I suppose, but I have a lot more questions, but they're interesting questions, to help us think about what it is this phenomenon actually is and what we are dealing with. Are we dealing with extraterrestrials? Are we dealing with interdimensional entities? Are we dealing with time travelers or something else? I want to talk about these ideas. So you saw this slide a little earlier. It got forwarded accidentally. What I would say is that I feel that we as a society, as a civilization, are predisposed to thinking about extraterrestrials. That's the cover of H.G. Wells' book, The War of the Worlds. Here's an interesting little fact about that. So that book came out just before the 20th century, I think 1896 or so. Here's a little lesson in how hard it is to predict the future. Beings from Mars are invading Earth, as you can see, and how are they getting around? On craft with tripods that are walking. They're not flying. He was less than a decade away from the Wright brothers and flight. And yet even H.G. Wells, who had a truly great futuristic vision and imagination, did not envision aircraft or flying saucers. So whenever we try to look into the future, I'm reminded of this and how difficult it actually is for us to predict. But anyway, Wells was looking about aliens. We've actually been thinking about extraterrestrials for quite some time, and I think it's embedded in our worldview of the 19th and 20th century. I mean, what were we doing in the early 20th century? We were just conquering the air, and the next frontier clearly would be space. Beyond that, the other thing about this, I write here, it's a materialistic worldview. In a sense, science was the scientific worldview was the dominant worldview among people who were intellectual in the early 20th century. And I think we can say that the idea was, you know, we're now going to conquer the world, we're going to conquer nature, and we've conquered the air, and next is space. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that our species, our civilization, has been predisposed to think about beings from outer space, that is, to think about extraterrestrials. And then in the 1940s, into the public mind, we get this phenomenon of flying saucers. So I think it would be a very natural, by the way, I think that's a legitimate photograph. That's from 1950, McMinnville, Oregon, in the western US. So all of the early ideas about flying saucers, or at least many of the early ideas, to the extent that people believed that this was a real phenomenon, people were talking about the interplanetary hypothesis, extraterrestrials, spaceships. This is a cover of one of the early books in America on UFOs by Donald Kehoe. A really great cover, and I think that captures the spirit of what a lot of people were thinking about. That extraterrestrials had come here from somewhere else. They had just arrived. They had to have just arrived because, after all, we didn't know about them in prior years. Well, people were not really familiar with the early history of this phenomenon at that time. And the idea was that maybe these extraterrestrials, or these interplanetary visitors, were conducting surveillance over the Earth. In the 1950s, it was not hard to believe this. There were a lot of early varieties of the extraterrestrial hypothesis. I came up with all of these names for them because I don't think they exist anywhere, but these are the variations. I call one the Buck Rogers variant. That is, beings who come from elsewhere. They've traveled. They're explorers. They've come here, and now we're going to deal with them. Like in the day the Earth stood still, that type of a thing. And then you have the ancient astronaut variation, that these other beings have been here all along. That came out during the late 50s and in the early 60s, and then really became big, of course, with Eric von Däniken and ancient astronauts, ancient aliens. And then you have the space brother variant, where that's an image from George Adamski. There are lots of other contactees, and they continue to this very day. People who believe that these entities are benevolent, and they're here to help mankind in one way or another, either by ending nukes, or by cleaning up the environment, or helping us ascend to the next density of existence. There's all these variations. But these are types of extraterrestrial hypotheses, I would say. Within the classified world in the United States, and this is the governmental history that I know best, the U.S. Air Force, and we know this, came to a conclusion as early as the 1940s that this phenomenon was interplanetary. That was the word they used. And there were a number of studies that show this conclusively. First of all, there's quite a lot of released declassified government documents from the U.S. in particular that show, they don't hint, they don't suggest, I would say they prove, that high-level elements within the United States intelligence community knew that this phenomenon was real. They knew it was not explainable by Russians or even by our own secret technology, that there was an element that was not us to this phenomenon. The interplanetary thesis ended up on the desk of the U.S. Air Force Chief of Staff in 1948, a man named Hoyt Vandenberg. A report known as the Estimate of the Situation, and it concluded that this was an interplanetary thesis, interplanetary phenomenon. Vandenberg then broke the team up and essentially said, give me a different answer. But what I guess I'm saying is that within the U.S. intelligence structure, this extraterrestrial hypothesis has had circulation right from the beginning, since the 1940s. And then, if we're thinking of extraterrestrial hypotheses, let's look at some of the deeper secrets in this field. Whether we're talking about, crash retrievals like at Roswell or elsewhere, there's a number of crash retrieval cases that I think are very good. The controversial majestic documents, which if you print them all out and stack them up, they're about this thick. There's a lot of them. I've studied the majestic documents. If they're hoax, they're done by a group of geniuses, I'll say that, with all PhDs U.S. document manipulation. They're really good. I don't believe that they're all completely hoaxed. I realize that's a controversial thing to say. If they are all hoaxed, then I would say that they are for the benefit of throwing all of us off track. And so that means someone important thought it was important enough for them to create an enormous cache of faked documents. That in itself is very interesting. These were not cranked out of someone's basement by themselves. There's no way, not a chance. So if those documents are hoax, it was a very sophisticated, massive team effort, in my view, that comes from very, very high-level sources. In any case, and then remote viewing. Now, remote viewing, some people take seriously, some don't. I take it seriously. I knew Ingo Swann. I spent an evening in his home, chatted with Ingo for quite a while. I know Joe McMoneagle and Lynn Buchanan and some of the other famous American remote viewers. And in my view, there's absolutely a reality to remote viewing. There's something real about it. Many of these remote viewers, in fact, most of them, nearly all of them, have stated that they see extraterrestrials in some of their remote viewing. There's all of these other angles, in other words, that converge. These are not confirmable data here, but they're interesting. And I think that they're persuasive to a logical mind, personally. And all of those do, as well, point to an extraterrestrial solution to the UFO mystery. That's my view on it. So you might ask, well, what's the problem then? Why are we talking about other hypotheses than the extraterrestrial hypothesis? Well, one reason is that there were some real problems with the extraterrestrial hypothesis right from the beginning. There wasn't an official invasion, like people were wondering back in the 50s, right? There was no announcement from the White House or from any other place that they're here. And then there are other things about this phenomenon that don't quite fit a pure extraterrestrial nuts and bolts hypothesis. There's certainly a great deal of what we would call the high strangeness element to this phenomenon, an elusiveness, an unwillingness of the phenomenon to adhere to our simple hypotheses. It seemed much stranger. Jacques Vallée years ago famously said, boy, if it comes down to extraterrestrials, I would really be disappointed. It's just such a boring, it's so boring when you look at all of the other possibilities here. In terms of things like Roswell and the Majestic documents, it's very easy for certain people to be skeptical of the legitimacy of those sources. So some people simply discount them altogether. And so for them, what are you left with? Are we really left with an extraterrestrial hypothesis to UFOs? Is there another explanation? Enrico Fermi, in his famous statement back in Los Alamos National Labs, way back in, I guess, in the 50s, they're sitting around in a cafeteria talking about the possibility of extraterrestrial life, and he just offhandedly says, so where is everybody then? And that's become this famous catchphrase, where is everyone? Well, what we would say is actually there's a tremendous amount of UFO data to show that someone is here. But if you're not looking at the evidence, you might wonder, well, there's been no announcement. Where are these so-called extraterrestrials? So one of the alternate hypotheses, we all are familiar with this, let's call it the skeptical hypothesis. There's Donald Menzel, Philip J. Klass, Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're all Americans. They're Australian skeptics. You don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but their attitude is that UFOs are just a huge mistake. Sorry, people, you're just looking at the evidence in a very, very unscientific way. You know, all the UFO evidence, in their opinion, is just a result of either hoaxes or delusions, misidentification, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, I love the astronomers who will say, well, you people just don't realize how distant the stars are and how impossible and how difficult it would be for yada, yada, yada. We've all heard this a million times. And how probably brief an advanced civilization would be, because once look at ourselves, we've just achieved a high level and we're probably just going to go out like a candle in the wind anytime. So who are we to think that another civilization is going to last long enough to get here? All of this, we've heard it a million times. Skeptical hypothesis sounds really great. The only problem with it is that it ignores all of the UFO evidence. All of it. And all of these folks, no matter how popular some of them may be, it just proves that really smart people can be really stupid when it comes to this subject. And because, frankly, they don't do any homework. That includes Neil deGrasse Tyson. Carl Sagan, I don't know. Sagan, I've wondered, may have really known a lot of things that he didn't talk about. He was very good friends with Donald Menzel on the top left, who was not simply one of the most skeptical, prominent scientists in the world, but was covertly a member of the NSA, a fact that was discovered long after his death by the researcher Stanton Friedman. Menzel wasn't just an astronomer, he was an expert cryptographer who had very high clearances with the NSA. And Klass, another one with almost virtually certain CIA connections. We haven't nailed down Klass's intelligence community connections, but everything points to it. So moving one notch less skeptical than that hypothesis, we can talk about the psychosocial hypothesis. And I think there's a lot of validity to this, to be frank with you. The idea is that our minds create the phenomenon to a large extent, and that also this phenomenon conforms to our cultural expectations and our psychological expectations. If you look at these images here, so the top one is from medieval Germany. It's the famous woodcut from Nuremberg that describes some kind of activity in the sky back then. The next image down is from London from the 1760s, I believe that one. Where's the 1780? This ended up in a academic journal of the time called Philosophical Transactions, witnessed by, if you could read it yourself, a very intelligently written piece of what seemed to be a very observant individual who described what seemed like a silent rocket going across the sky in London, horizontally. In the 18th century, obviously there wasn't supposed to be anything that could do that. And then we have the famous airships of the US in the 1890s. There were airships here in 1909 as well, New Zealand and Australia, I believe, that were equally puzzling. This is from the US with big headlights on it. In the 1890s, there were no airships that could be navigable and that would go more than a couple of miles without crashing and burning and killing the pilot. These apparently were very, very navigable and did a pretty good job and had heavy lights on them. And then we move further down to the flying saucer era, and where we've got high-level mechanical-looking objects, and then a more recent, typical kind of plasmoid UFO, whatever that is. So what we see in our own history is this phenomenon does seem to evolve to match our own psychological expectations, if that's the case. And so a psychosocial hypothesis would say that this phenomenon has evolved with our society to match how we think about the paranormal or how we think about the strange. Maybe there's something to that. You're going a little further, and now we're going to get a little more interesting and talk about the interdimensional hypothesis. And here we're talking about people like Vallée and John Keel. And there's a lot of contemporary writers as well who are really deeply in this. I'm going to talk more about this later on in the lecture. But, we're familiar with this idea that UFOs or extraterrestrials are actually entities from another dimension. What is this dimension? What is another dimension? It's worth asking. And maybe they're conducting their own psychological operation on us in one way or another. One reason to wonder what they are is there are thousands of sightings every single year, really good anomalous sightings. And we really need to ask, is this aliens that are still conducting surveillance of the Earth in their big clunky metal spaceships? Do they really need to do this to surveil us? Clearly they would not need to do that. What are they doing? So with this type of hypothesis, the idea is that they're here, they kind of inhabit our reality to a certain extent, and they don't inhabit our reality to a certain extent. The way I think about it, this is my own little bright idea. I call it my fish pond theory. Although someone recently said to me that Michio Kaku had the same idea, but to which I would say, good for him, it's my idea. So, but But the way I see it is like this. So let's say we're fish in this pond, and we're in the water. So our pond, for us, fish are not aware that they're even in water. They certainly don't know about life on land, or they don't know about stars, and they don't know about a whole lot of things. They're just fish. So if we're fish in our pond would be our space-time reality. After all, we perceive reality. Any physicist would agree with this. They would tell you that our perceptions of space and time are not exactly objective, that our minds organize reality so that we can make sense of things, and we order reality spatially and temporally. But what we now know is that space and time are a fabric. That's why we talk about the space-time continuum. But we perceive reality in a certain way. If there are entities, well, let me put it this way. This is a story that I've told a few times, but it's a relevant one for this. This is a true story that happened to me when I was about 20. So I had a dog when I was 20. This is my little insight from that period of time. I was feeding my dog. My dog was watching me open up a can of dog food. And he knew exactly what I was about to do. He knew that I was about to feed him. And I watched him eating the dog food, and I thought, well, he's very intelligent. He knows me. He knew that I'm about to feed him. But he didn't know a few other things. He didn't know how the dog food got into the can. He didn't know that we have factories that make dog food. And because he's a dog, he's intelligent, but there's certain things a dog's just not going to know. And I thought, well, gee, Richard, you're so smart. So your dog's at this level of awareness. You're at this level. What's at this level? What's at that level? And it occurred to me that we have our limitations as well. And we tend to forget this. Our minds work a certain way. And in terms of space and time, back to that, when we think of something like the Big Bang, I remember when I was a kid learning about the Big Bang, I thought, oh, it was a big explosion in space. But that's actually not what the Big Bang allegedly was. The Big Bang, if you talk to a physicist about this, will tell you that it was the creation of space and the creation of time. To which we go, huh? How's that? But that's what we're told. That there was no time before the Big Bang. There was no space for the universe to fit into before the Big Bang. It doesn't make sense, and yet this is the current theory. So if that is so, that tells me that time is finite to some extent, and that space has a certain finite aspect to it. We just inhabit that reality. So is it possible, I wonder, this is just my own speculation, that there are entities that have an ability to step outside of our space-time reality and to enter it? What is it, after all, when a remote viewer sees the future or sees another part of the planet? They're somehow, it seems to me, leaving our tiny little space-time reality to some extent. What part of them does that? Well, I don't know. Ancient people had a word for it. They called it the soul. Maybe that's it. Whatever it is, there's something strange about our reality that our common sense and our ordinary science doesn't really explain. And so if we're fish in our little space-time pond, and if there are other entities who can come into our pond, like that guy, we might detect that as a disturbance in our reality, but we may not fully understand everything that's going on. And then they leave our reality and they do whatever they do. So this is my own way of understanding interdimensionality. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. But that's my take on the interdimensional hypothesis, and I think that there's some real validity to that. There are other ways of looking at this phenomenon and other hypotheses, and again, this is another one. I just came up with my own name for it. I call it the parallel development hypothesis, and I think we can all kind of relate to this one too. So that another species or a secret advanced civilization, a secret ancient breakaway civilization, has always been here, somehow existing side by side or secretly, or maybe controlling our civilization. Maybe that's what the Illuminati is. A few years ago, I finally read a book I've been wanting to read for a long time. That was Manly P. Hall's great book, The Secret Teachings of the Ages. Has anyone read this book? A couple of, not many. It's a great book. I don't understand how that book was written. Manly Hall was in his 20s, 90 years ago, when he wrote this book. It's this big fat book. When I first read it, I didn't realize how young he was. I thought this had to be written by someone in their 70s at the end of a long life of research. No, Hall just wrote it. And what he talked about was the esoteric traditions of the major world religions, going from ancient Egypt through Sumer, the ancient Judaic esoteric traditions, the ancient Christian esoteric traditions, what he called the Eleusinian mystery tradition of the Mediterranean, a lot. And what you really take away from that book is that throughout all of human history, there has always been an elite who have had occult information that they have kept to themselves. In Hall's opinion, it was because they were keeping the secret of the immortality of the soul. Well, maybe that's what it was. Maybe there's more to it. I don't know. But you do get a strong conclusion that there's been this long-standing occult, esoteric, hidden history. So I'm willing to say that that's probably true. When I look at ancient anomalies like the pyramid at Giza, or some of the other archaeological remnants that just don't make sense to me, they don't make sense. That makes me wonder that there might have been an ancient, totally human, advanced civilization that we just do not know about officially, that we're not officially acknowledging. I do believe absolutely that there's a huge hole in our ancient history that we're missing. So the question relating to UFOs just might be, is the UFO phenomenon explainable in this manner? Not through extraterrestrial per se, but through a different human, totally human, but very advanced human element to our civilization. I don't know what the answer to that is. I'm just offering that as a hypothesis. There's the time travel hypothesis. I was just, before we gathered here, I was outside and we were chatting with some folks, and one person mentioned time travel, and I thought, ugh, I hate talking about time travel, but it is a theory that's current. Some people wonder if we're dealing with a time travel phenomenon. We've all heard the variations of this, typically as alleged leaks, and these are all alleged, come down to us. Humanity in the future has got genetic problems. They're coming back to fix our genetics. I hear this one a lot. This image, by the way, is an artist's reproduction of the Rendlesham Forest incident. And I'm mentioning it here because that particular incident is said by one of the witnesses, James Penniston, to be a time travel event. Maybe. I don't... I have to be honest with you and tell you, I have a very difficult time understanding how time travel really can happen. Maybe this is my own limitation. But if you think about going back in time, it doesn't make sense to me. Because really what any moment in time can be defined as, if you really want to get down to it, is if you look at the entire universe, everything's in motion. All the planets, all the stars, everything's spinning, everything's moving. And you could define each moment in time as a unique position of everything that exists in the universe. That would be a way that I would define it. And if that is how you look at it, to go back in time, how would you do this? Do you truly rewind all the planets? All of this interstellar, all of the cells and microorganisms. How does this actually work? It's one thing for me to think that there's advanced technology, but that doesn't mean that I'm willing just to say it's all magic and we can just do anything. This is the problem, by the way, I have with a lot of the so-called whistleblowers who explain nothing scientifically, not a single thing. And yes, we can acknowledge that there might be advanced technologies that exist. I believe that. But that doesn't mean that I'm obligated to just say, oh yeah, well, it's just the magic. And you say time travel, cool, good for you. I'd like to understand how that actually is possible. I don't understand how it is possible for us to play games with time like that. Now, it is true that space and time being a fabric, that maybe there's a way to manipulate that. But I don't know how that is. I haven't figured that out. There's another thesis that's a very, very important one. I call it the PSYOP and secret tech hypothesis. You get the idea. From Nazi flying saucers to black budget triangles, a human-derived breakaway civilization, black budget civilization, as part of a major psychological operation against us. This could be related to the ancient secret parallel development hypothesis that I talked about earlier. Absolutely could be related to that. Who knows? There's a lot of variations. In other words, maybe using Tesla technology or some other secret classified spending. They made a breakthrough. They've hidden that breakthrough from the rest of us for obvious reasons of power, and are engaging in their own secret development without informing the rest of us. Why would they do that? Well, I'll talk about that more in the second lecture, but basically I would say one reason there would be such secrecy on this is, if for no other reason, energy and propulsion. If the free energy secret were to come out, or if a secret propulsion were to come out, that would liberate all of us in ways that would be unimaginable. And if you're establishing a hierarchical pyramid-style control base structure, maybe those people at the top wouldn't really be happy with a full-scale human liberation. It would make us very difficult to control. That's my theory. Anyway, this is, I think, a very important part, an important reality to the UFO phenomenon. I don't believe that it explains all of it, not by a long shot, but I do believe that that is part of the picture we're dealing with. And then this is the last of the little hypotheses that I'm going to throw out at you before I move ahead. Let's call it the simulation hypothesis. And this is not strictly speaking, a UFO-oriented theory, but this is a fascinating theory. And I will just say that personally, I cannot shake this one, try as I would like to. So you're all familiar with the Matrix, where you're in an artificially simulated matrix, a computer algorithm. Well, the simulation hypothesis actually takes that one step further and suggests that not only are you living in a matrix that is generated from the outside, but that you yourself are an intelligent algorithm. You're a program. You think that you're physical, but you're actually not. And I probably don't have enough time to go into the details as to why people argue this, but I will say the argument is not the worst I've ever heard. I don't know that this is true, but it's a variation on this idea that our reality is totally controlled. There are some odd things. In fact, I'm going to get into some really weird synchronicities that make me wonder what actually is the nature of this reality in which we find ourselves. So all of these theories that might actually make the extraterrestrial hypothesis seem kind of boring, kind of pedestrian, after all of this nice little intellectual journey that we've gone through. So, but I would say this: before we get rid of the extraterrestrial hypothesis, I'd like to review some of the evidence that does support it. There is a lot of UFO evidence that supports it. And from officially documented cases, many of which I've spent many years discussing. That's really the meat and potatoes for me. Declassified, primarily U.S. government documents, although there's been declassified documents now from many, many governments around the world, including Australia, including New Zealand, and elsewhere. And what they do show, without a doubt, is, again, as I said earlier, this is a real phenomenon that certainly appears to be physical, that has at times involved radar plus visual trackings simultaneously, measurements, and absolute concern by intelligence and military officials. All of that is provable. And on top of the officially documented cases, there's what I would call unusual cases. I think I can get it. Let me just jump ahead and make sure. Yes, okay. So I'll explain all of these in a little more detail. Unusual cases, then encounters with beings, experience or testimony and research also point to an extraterrestrial hypothesis to some extent. What we might call consciousness research, I'll get to that in a moment. And then the truly strange cases. All of these actually do hint in one way or another at an extraterrestrial presence. So the officially documented cases, I basically just talked about. There's a lot of them. Many of them are military, describing unusual craft, strong concern, great obvious secrecy by military personnel. And what I describe here is worrying leaks, suggestive leaks. So for example, through the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and up till today, in the US, I can tell you there had been a number of leaked and very suggestive statements from various insiders that essentially makes them very, very concerned about the UFO phenomenon, implying that it's extraterrestrial. Going back from the days of Donald Kehoe, who got some of these leaks in the 1960s, right up until today. I myself received a couple of these. I wrote about in After Disclosure relating to US President Jimmy Carter. And I will just say here, I don't normally spend most of my time sharing unconfirmable data, and this is not confirmable by you, so I'm apologizing in advance, but this did happen. I had a long conversation with a retired high-level CIA official, a very brilliant man, who told me his knowledge of Jimmy Carter's briefing of extraterrestrials in June 1977. This man was not present at the briefing, but he knew about it, and also knew that at the end of the briefing, Jimmy Carter was seen at his desk, elbows on tables, head in hands, sobbing, or nearly sobbing. The implication was that it was an extraterrestrial briefing and that it deeply upset President Jimmy Carter. There's a lot of these types of leaks, and they do point to an extraterrestrial solution. Definitely with these officially documented cases, the US intelligence community concluded these were not Soviet, they were not ours, and they were not natural, so maybe extraterrestrial. Unusual cases. Oh, there's some fascinating ones here, and these are just a couple that I've come across. The 1927 case is somewhat well known. An explorer, a genius explorer by the name of Nicholas Roerich, who was a philosopher and artist, was with his wife in a small party in the Altai Himalaya region, 1927, doing a trek, and they saw what can only be described as a UFO. He wrote about it in great detail. When I was in the Canadian National Archives about a decade ago, I spent some time there, I came across a 1936 case. Now this was written about many years after the fact by an elderly gentleman at the time who described that when he was 25 years old, he had the coolest job in the world, in my opinion, flying in an aircraft over the remote Northwest Territories of Canada, conducting photographic, doing photographic recordings of the geography and topography to get accurate maps. He had one of those aircraft that would land on the water. There's an infinite number of lakes up there in Canada. No one lives up in this region. And he described where he was. I found it on Google Earth. I gasped, it's so remote. And he said, I was doing a pre-flight check on my aircraft. I happened to look above me, and there was the most perfect configuration of an airship one could imagine, he wrote. Slightly elongated craft. This is 1936. No reflection, no markings. In a north-south configuration, you watch it go to east-west configuration and instantly accelerate silently at the horizon in moments. This man submitted his military records to the government just so that they could identify who he was. I did not have access to those military records. They were not included in the archives, but I assume they were there. All I can tell you is that I read his account. He was meticulous as a writer, and I believe it. So if that's true, we've got, and there's a lot of these remote cases that have been researched by other researchers, many of them nearby here, sometimes in the middle of the oceans. They're unusual. There are cases of gigantic craft that are as large as 10 aircraft carriers. There was a case off the coast in Chile in 1978 that was like this. So these unusual cases point to advanced technology that's not simply overpopulated human areas, but really everywhere. To me, that points to extraterrestrial. There are encounters with beings. One of these is the famous Australian Peter Curry case, you can see on the bottom right there. There's the Varginha case in Brazil in the 1990s. And the the Rura case of Zimbabwe from the 1990s, where they saw a landed craft. One of those witnesses, they're all adults now, of course, and one of them is in North America, and she's doing her own public speaking now, starting on the subject, and she's very compelling. Cases like these and others indicating human beings having interactions with beings that they're not like us. They're not just normal human beings. Even the Peter Corey case, many of you are familiar with this, of course. Those were not normal women, whatever they were. And there are many cases, of course, of people having encounters with beings who look like aliens. What can you say? And there's many, many, many of these cases. There's research by abductions and people who research encounters in general. We know several things about this. The phenomenon of abduction or of apparent alien abduction is very widespread. It's worldwide. There's a lot of it. There appears to be an interest in what we would call bloodlines. There have been a variety of these entities that have been seen. There's commonality that people around the world report, whether they're the greys or beings that look like insects or the reptoids, the human-looking beings, the so-called Nordics, hybrids. These are recurring motifs in abduction research. I'm not of the opinion that this is simply promoted by abduction researchers. I don't believe that at all. I think people are genuinely experiencing these things. One of the things that comes through with abduction research is that these beings have very advanced mental capabilities, intense telepathy, and the ability to do much more, like, float you through walls and the like. So I would suggest that abduction research would seem to support the extraterrestrial hypothesis. We might ask, does it support other scenarios? Are there interdimensional abductions? Is this a black budget psychological operation where they're wearing alien masks? Is it all military abductions? I don't think so, but these are questions just to ask. Then you've got, let's call it consciousness research. This is a little harder to nail down, but it's definitely a part of the story here. Many people have had experiences. We'll talk about they'll have a download. You've all heard this, so a download, and they have a connection to what they think telepathically to these other beings. I do think there's a telepathic aspect to this phenomenon. I definitely think so. Grant Cameron, out of Canada, is, I think, an excellent researcher, pointed out that back in 1950, one of the declassified government documents at that time stressed that the United States was already aware of the mental phenomena of the flying saucers. That's why I have it in quotes there. In other words, long before there were contactees talking about telepathic connection to UFOs, the U.S. intelligence community already knew that there is something unusual about this phenomenon, emphasizing mental phenomena. I'd also say anecdotally, there's been enough of a connection between things like meditation and contact that makes me sit up and pay attention. So in other words, people who will say, I started meditating, and after a certain period of time, several months of regular meditation, I had an experience. This doesn't have to be ET contact. It could be other types of spiritual or paranormal experiences, but often it seems to be an ET experience. So there's something going on with that that's very important. And then the idea of strangeness. I'm the publisher of one of these books, the one on the top right, Mike Clelland's book, The Messengers, which I think is an amazingly fabulous book. But there's a number of books that emphasize just how bizarre this phenomenon is. In Mike's book, I just will point out, he just came out with this a year ago, it's subtitled Owls, Synchronicity, and the UFO Abductee. How's that for connecting some strange dots? But he does it. And without going into the whole thesis, the main takeaway that you get from this book is that there are synchronicities that happen in his life and in the lives of many, many people who have shared their stories with him. that are so unusual that you almost can't help but conclude that someone or something or some intelligence that's above us is managing our reality and giving people specific hints about things. And that's a very strong and a very well-presented thesis of his book. And if that is so, that makes me think about things like the simulation hypothesis I talked about a little earlier. What he pointed out in that book, incidentally, is a connection that he saw between sightings of owls, if you can believe it, just ordinary owls, and UFO sightings. And he puts it together in a way that's quite surprising and very well done. It makes you wonder, what kind of world are we living in? Much more strange than the world that I grew up believing that I was living in, that's for sure. I refer to it, I call it a meta-intelligence, an intelligence that's above us. Maybe this is the case. I mean, I admit to you, I can't prove it. I can't say that it's scientific, but I do wonder, and I think that there's something to it. And again, it makes me come down to this idea that we have our own limitations in our understanding of space and time and reality. So when I encounter people who are really highly skeptical about UFOs, I just keep thinking, well, you're living in this tiny little reality box, and you're assuming that your ability to divine and understand reality is comprehensive. But what if we're just slightly more advanced than our household dog, and we have our own limitations, and we just forget. We forget that we have our limitations. So I guess I would say that the UFO phenomenon, I can't prove to you that it's extraterrestrial, but I would ask you, how outrageous is the extraterrestrial hypothesis? So with that in mind, all of what I've done right now is just prologue, and I'm going to present to you my own fresh extraterrestrial hypothesis, I suppose. I guess I would preface it by saying that I don't think that any single theory has sufficiently been able to explain all of UFOs. That's one of the maddeningly frustrating things about this subject, in my opinion, is that it doesn't really want to be explained. The phenomenon really does seem elusive to me in some ways, but I do think extraterrestrial hypothesis is a strong theory. If we're to have a fresh ETH, we're not talking about the 1950s extraterrestrial hypothesis. I think we can just start off by saying that. So I think a fresh, up-to-date extraterrestrial hypothesis would have to incorporate a few important things. Our current knowledge in astronomy, our current knowledge of exoplanetary, that's supposed to say exo, not eco, planetary studies. In other words, just 20 years ago, scientists were not even sure that there were other planets that could support life. Now we're pretty sure there's lots and lots of planets that can support life. A fresh extraterrestrial hypothesis should understand current and future developments on our own technology, particularly energy, propulsion, automation, artificial intelligence, computing, pretty much everything we can think of, organic 3D printing. All of these are technologies that we are in the process of revolutionary developments, quantum computing, for example. And I think if we're going to think about these extraterrestrials, we have to recognize that these are technologies that they have and more. And a fresh extraterrestrial hypothesis really should incorporate what witnesses and experiencers and legitimate insiders and what good research can tell us about the UFO. Good UFO research can tell us. So we need to look at that as well. So with that, I guess I would put together a few position statements on this. I think that they, whoever they are, did come here from somewhere else. I think this is a very logical thing to recognize. We are at our own point where we're talking openly in the above world press about space drives. NASA, for example, is working on electromagnetic drives, propulsion systems that really, we're told, are revolutionary and may actually truly get us out into space, just like Star Trek. Along those lines, actually, Miguel Alcubierre 20 plus years ago did the math that really did, I think, indicate that Star Trek's warp drive is scientifically feasible. The problem with achieving it so far is that we don't really have enough energy to warp space and to do it, but theoretically, it seems like it's a possible thing. So if we just get enough energy, maybe we'll be able to go warp factor 8 or whatever. I don't know. I think a fresh extraterrestrial hypothesis will recognize that these beings are extremely advanced. Quantum computing and beyond, absolutely. They have to be beyond the singularity of artificial intelligence, that is, when AI becomes self-aware. I'm a believer in the coming singularity. I think that that's going to happen. Whether computers will have consciousness like us, probably not, but they'll sure seem like it, and they'll be able to do more than just win at every chess game of all time. They'll be able to conceive of things, as Ray Kurzweil put it, to have a godlike level of intelligence. Well, maybe that's so. I think these other beings have achieved it to whatever extent that is possible. I think they have total genetic mastery. After all, we're just about there. We're just developing CRISPR technology now with gene editing that is revolutionizing genetics. And we're really looking now quite seriously at modifying the human being in a very powerful, practical way. It's kind of scary. We're all familiar with this research, I'm sure, to some extent. And then organic printing. Not simply replacing a liver, which scientists are talking about, or a new heart and what have you, but how about an entire organism? After all, once you've achieved the singularity and quantum computing and all of the massive hardware advances that we're looking at and software advances, do you really think it's impossible to foresee a future in which a totally artificial being can be designed, modified from genetics, and printed, in a sense? Or some combination of organic and inorganic with nanotechnology, maybe. I mean, we can't really conceive of this, but I don't really think it's outrageous. And I think that they, whoever they are who've come here, may have some abilities in doing this. The ability to create virtual reality. We're looking at serious VR immersion technology coming down the line. I think that they have already mastered that. I think there's a lot of evidence in the UFO history to show that they've mastered virtual reality. I think they can manipulate space-time in ways that we don't understand. I know I said earlier that I was skeptical about time travel, but I don't know. Maybe there's a way to explain it, and maybe if they can fold or manipulate space, they can do the same with time to some extent. So I don't rule it out. I think that they have the ability somehow in a way that I cannot understand to manipulate space-time. I think that some or many of them are probably artificially created. I don't believe, if that is a real being, I don't believe that that's a totally naturally occurring organism. I just don't think so. I think it's much more likely that they're genetically modified, genetically created, maybe even genetically modified so that they can function here on Earth, which, after all, has its own unique microbes and viruses and organisms that would be harmful, conceivably, to extraterrestrial organism. Maybe they're using some Earth-based DNA to create an Earth-friendly hybrid organism. Maybe. Certainly, when you encounter descriptions of the Greys, they don't appear to have sex organs, which, if I were creating a being, I wouldn't want them to have the ultimate distraction of sex organs. I just want them to do work for me. And I really think that this is probably what they are. I think that they're artificially created. I think that they have unbelievable, astonishing powers of the mind, powerful telepathy, what we can call neurological control over humans. Simply put, if they don't want you to move a muscle, you're not going to move a muscle. If they want to put a thought into your head, I think they can do this. If they want to manage your emotions, how many times have we heard this in encounters where someone will have an unnatural sense of calm when they're in the middle of this experience? A sense of calm that retrospectively doesn't make any sense. Or conversely, people who just freak out and go into this massive hysteria when they have an experience. I mean, it seems to me that maybe the fear factor response might be a natural human reaction, but the sense of calm doesn't seem to be quite natural. And I think they have an ability to manage our emotional and mental reactions. I think there's enough stories of them being able to levitate us that I take that as reality. I think they're interested in us. I think they're interested in humans and all life on planet Earth. After all, we have an amazing planet with an incredible diversity of genetic material, and life. As I was talking earlier, I think these beings, these craft, whatever they are they're found everywhere. I just published a book on the history of Russia's interaction with USOs, that is, unidentified submersible object. And there's a lot of Russian cases of UFOs, USOs in the Arctic Ocean. It doesn't get much more remote than the Arctic Ocean, and there are very interesting cases up there. What would these beings be doing there? I don't know. Maybe they want some privacy, seriously, away from humanity. Maybe they're interested in the Arctic Ocean for some reason. They're interested, I think, in the whole planet. I think that they've been here a very long time. If I had to guess, I would guess that we've been observed for basically our entire time on this planet. We can ask, I don't know if we can answer whether they created us or if they modified us. Are we their property in some way? Do they think of us that way? Charles Fort 100 years ago said, you know, we are property. Maybe he was right. I don't know. One thing that I'm always curious about that I would like to know, I don't know if I'll ever know the answer, is what is their infrastructure? They must have a society. What are they like? Where is their infrastructure? What would it be like to be part of their society? I don't really hear a lot of people asking about this, other than sometimes you hear these really kind of silly platitudes, like, you know, they're all peaceful and they're all good and they're all wonderful. I roll my eyes when I hear this. I don't really know if that's the case. I doubt it, actually. I think they're interested in us. I love this picture. I love the guy with the orange head there. That's all of us. We're that guy, because that's why you're here. You're the guy with the orange head, right? I think they're interested in us, though, because for a lot of reasons. One, as I've been saying for a long time, I think we're about to leap right into their world. You know, for thousands of years, what was human civilization? But basically, people with horses pulling wooden carts. That was basically us for thousands of years. And then suddenly, about 150 years ago, we get science. And we develop trains and aircraft and cars and rockets and computers and iPhones and iPads and nuclear weapons and nanotech and artificial intelligence. I mean, my God, 150 years, boom, just like that. So we're not moving in a linear way. We're really on the fast track now. We're going up like a rocket, as it were. They have to know this. They have to know that we are leaping over ourselves into we're not just reinventing our civilization, we are literally reinventing ourselves as a species. So this is a very serious moment in global history. They have to know. Why would they not be interested in us for that reason? I always laugh when I hear other researchers denigrate humans, think, well, why, you know, we're like little insects to them. I don't think so. I actually really don't think so. I think we're really interesting to them for a lot of reasons. I think I've got a slide that's going to lead me into that, hopefully. So let me just keep going here. By the way, it's 11:45. How much time do I have before I'm supposed to wrap this up? Another hour. Before I'm done talking?
Till lunch.
So when is lunch?
We could do lunch at about 1:45.
Wow, okay. Well, that's great. So I'll talk for a while, and then we can do some Q&A, hopefully, right? This is great because, as you've gathered, I like to talk a little bit. And so I don't, I often go over in the time allotted, and I've been given a nice amount of time here. So I'm happy. So I guess I would say that a fresh extraterrestrial hypothesis is a very good way to understand UFOs. And here's the thing. I really don't believe that we're talking about an either-or situation, so that, like, if you believe that these beings are from another planet, that you somehow then don't believe that they can play games with our dimensions in some way or another. Like, or that there are, no reasons to look into black budget triangles or even the Nazi UFO hypothesis. I think these are valid. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. But I do think that looking at this as an extraterrestrial phenomenon in large part is a very, that we need to look at this as probably the strongest hypothesis. That's my opinion. I want to continue with the ETH. I think in terms of what research is telling us, there are different groups. And, you know, that image on your right is, I took that from one of Linda Moulton Howe's books. It was a drawing of an EBEN, extraterrestrial biological entity. According to Linda, her source, she had a military source who said to her, that is an extremely accurate representation of one. So you can take that for what it's worth. We have grays, we've got the Nordic types. I think that these are real. So if someone is totally new to the UFO subject and they think, wow, he believes in all of those, I guess I have to say, yes, I do. But I believe it because there's a great amount of testimony and research that points to it. And the problem, you know, with UFOs and extraterrestrial hypothesis is that there's all ways of debunking it and saying it's impossible, but the problem is that the reports will not go away. They just keep coming. So what are we supposed to do? Just ignore them and pretend that everyone who reports these is crazy? These people are not crazy. Many of them, most of them don't really want any attention, to be honest with you. And yet here they keep coming. So now one thing that I think is very important, in my opinion, is this bottom point here. I write there, psychology is alien. And I would like to just take a minute to talk about this. So when I think about what it is to be a human being, I think of a few things. One, I recognize that we're mammals. We're born. We have mothers. When we're infants, we nurse at our mother's breast, or maybe we're bottle fed, but we bond with our mother. If we're lucky, usually we do. Our father, if we're lucky. Family members around us. And we develop this unconditional love that is incredibly important for us, every one of us, psychologically. And, you know, when someone doesn't get all of that when they're infants, it causes problems, you know, later in life, a deficit. But this is what we're designed for. We are designed, I feel, as human beings, we go through our lives with that memory of parental unconditional love. And in my view, we go through the rest of our lives searching for love relationships that give us that sense of unconditionality. And if we're lucky, we find it. That's what makes us tick. We're deeply emotional beings. And I think of these other beings, and I ask myself, are they like that? And I don't have any reason to think that they are. If they're artificially created, they're not. If they're manufactured in some way or another, they're not. If we look at the testimony that comes to us from people who've had experiences, there's really no story of any of these beings like with a sense of humor, for example. They don't crack jokes. They're not friendly. They don't seem to be particularly emotional. Sometimes they seem peaceful and wise, but that's a little different. They do have the ability to manipulate our emotions from time to time, but they're not like us. And so I would just suggest that they have a truly alien psychology. Whatever it is that makes them tick, it's not the things that make us tick. That doesn't mean that we can never understand them, but it does mean that I believe that we're very different. And that might make us particularly interesting to them as well, when you really think about it. If they don't have families, I don't know if they have families. I've never gotten this indication. All the interactions that people have had with them doesn't seem to include that sort of dynamic. So they have a different kind of society, perhaps, and I think they operate in a very different way. I mean, here in human civilization, we've got different cultures with very different psychologies, so just imagine how it would be with a different species. I think it would be radically different. And the ability to understand them might be really difficult. I spoke to one abductee who was featured in one of John Mack's books from the 90s. I really like this guy, and he talked about his experience with the Greys. He was abducted by Greys, and he said, and I guess I'll just preface it by saying I believe him, he said they have a hive mentality, from what I could understand. And he said, I don't think they have any privacy. So they're all telepathic with each other in some way. And so they're part of a kind of a unified whole. It's very different than our reality. And the other thing he said is, I felt strongly that they had to slow down their mind in order to relate to me. That they were operating in a very different level intellectually. And that I think he said to me, he felt it seemed like it was painful for them to slow down so that they could actually relate to him. So they're different. They're very, very different than we are. As I was saying before, I think at least many of them are genetically engineered, artificially designed in some way. Some of them are like androids. I don't think they're all like that, but I think some are probably like that. Human-looking hybrids, yeah, I believe that. I myself have encountered a number of witnesses who've told me in detail of their experience with very human-looking beings who are intensely telepathic that actually frightened them. And there's something about those people. And there was some strangeness to these encounters that made them and me conclude that we're dealing with human-looking people who are really not in our civilization. So, whoops, I jumped ahead here. I do believe that elements of our civilization are trying to deal with them. That is, this is the cover-up. I think that military intelligence community dominated by the United States with its allied states, that includes Australia, that there's a clique within the military intelligence structure that is well aware of this phenomenon, and they are not talking about it. This will be the subject of my next lecture. I would say furthermore that some of these UFOs are ours, that we built. I certainly believe that. Some abductions are also ours, that is military abductions, what we loosely call MILABs. And I would also suggest to you, and again I'm going to talk a lot more about this afternoon, that our interaction with them has distorted and really damaged our civilization. And has damaged our civilization by the introduction of this massive secrecy structure that has really distorted us from our true path. I think I believe, and I'm sure you believe, that we can be a lot better as a civilization than what we are right now, where we are ingesting, fake news, fake food, toxifying ourselves with pharmaceuticals, and really living a kind of virtually a fictitious reality that is divorced from what our true selves can be and what our true civilization can be. And I'm not saying that the UFO secret is the only thing that has distorted our civilization, but I am saying it's one of them, and it's an important one. When I talk to other students of black budget economics and classified world, and there aren't many, I don't think, but a lot of them don't appreciate just how damaging the UFO secret has been, and how important, and again I'm going to come back to this afternoon, but how important the UFO secret has been in creating this overarching structure of secrecy. So it's caused real problems for us. You know, when 2012 was rolling around and we were talking about ascension, or I wasn't talking about ascension, but some people were, the idea was, according to some people anyway, that somehow the universe is going to flip a switch and we're going to go through the galactic plane and your DNA would activate if you had 51% positive karma, remember, and you were going to ascend, which really is actually nothing other, in my opinion, than a mass cultural death wish, honestly. Anyway, I'll explain that, I guess. I think it's the whole ascension phenomenon was a death wish, not a good one. You know, when you look at our world, it's so messed up. We can all see it's bad, and we can despair of seeing how we can get out of this horrible mess that we're in. I get that. And what really was this idea of ascension, but some variation of like going to heaven? You know, in other words, you transform Your DNA activates, your ethereal strands of DNA activate, according to one theory. And you become really basically not human anymore. You actually cease being a normal flesh and blood human being. Well, that's great, but I'll tell you right now, I have no desire for that. I like being a human being, and I understand that as a human being, we're always in a tough spot. That's just what human beings are. I don't see a problem in recognizing that human beings that we struggle. That's what it is to be a human being. The human condition. Remember college lit classes? Ryde was talking about the human condition. We're in it. And that ascension was essentially a fantasy, a desire to escape the human condition. An unhealthy desire as well, I would add. And that those people, and they know who they are, and you know who they are, who promoted ascension ideology, were doing us all a great disservice. So I'll just say that. So why did I say that? Oh, because with ascension philosophy, the idea is that we would ascend and that we would join, fill in the blank, the Galactic Federation of Light. We would join the Galactic Brotherhood. We would become sort of part of the greater community in like the Great Federation. Well, I have my doubts about that. And I guess for reasons that I've explained to you, because I don't really think that these other beings operate in the way that we do. If they're bringing us into some big club, I don't think we're going to have a lot of interaction with them. I don't think that we really have the ability to. So I don't really know personally that we'll ever be equals to these beings. And maybe, I'm not saying that we're inferior, by the way. I think that we're a pretty cool species. We do a lot of horrible things, but we're pretty fascinating. I like being a human being. I hope you do too. And so we have amazing things about us. So I'm not saying that we're inferior, but to deal with them on a parity level, I'm somehow doubtful that we can do that in the near future. But I do believe, as I say here, that we can at least eliminate some of the awful distortions of our civilization that secrecy has helped to create. That I believe. So, and I'm just about wrapping this up here, apparently, and we can do some questions and answers then. My own, and again, this is all I'm going to be following up much more in the second lecture. I think the best thing that good research on this can do, in addition simply to trying to understand this mysterious, amazing phenomenon, is in a public view, in a public way, to develop the evidence the best we can, and to try to communicate that evidence the best we can to the broader society in the effort to get some kind of public recognition of it. Some people call it disclosure. Heck, I wrote one of the books called After Disclosure, so I use the phrase as well. I'll have a lot to say about disclosure a little later today. But I think I'm not one of these people who thinks that disclosure is some kind of magic bullet that's going to fix all of our problems. I don't think I've ever believed that. I've never been a utopian. I'm a little bit of an idealist. I'll admit that, but I'm not a utopian. But I do think that it's a really unhealthy thing for us to go through our civilization and our lives with a reality that's based on a fundamental lie, or lies, plural. That just is not good for us. I don't understand how we can ever move on to wherever our destiny wants us to go if we're lying to ourselves as a species. So seems to me the first order of business is for us to correct that whole imbalance so that we can then have an intelligent discussion about what it is we're actually dealing with and how to move ahead intelligently. Are we moving toward this recognition? Oh yes, this is a little bit, we're going to have a little picture of Hillary here. This is Hillary Clinton earlier this year on the Jimmy Kimmel show. I'm sure some of you have seen this. So Jimmy Kimmel, he's in America. He's very, very popular. On his talk show, he had Barack Obama previously, he had Bill Clinton previously, and now he had Hillary Clinton. And each one of those, he asked them about UFOs. He's into it, apparently. And you can find these on YouTube. So he asked, and Barack Obama and Bill Clinton both said absolutely nothing toward UFOs. They basically just kind of slid by it and made a couple of jokes. He asked Hillary about UFOs, and she said something interesting. She said, well, we don't call them UFOs, we call them UAP, unexplained aerial phenomena. And now UAP, that's a real phrase. It was developed in 1980. It's a much less value-laden term than UFO. You hear UFO, you think gray aliens, Area 51, secrecy, cover-up, flying saucers. UAP, maybe not so much, right? You hear UAP, you think, oh, it's very scientific. And it is a scientific type of a phrase. It is less value-laden. So here's Hillary Clinton telling the world, essentially, that she knows enough about this subject that she's talking about it with a proper nomenclature. So that's interesting. And then she went on to say some pretty lame, ridiculous things like, oh, well, we'll go to Area 51 and look into it. Maybe they've been here. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, Hillary Clinton 20 years earlier was with Lawrence Rockefeller at his Jackson Hole, Wyoming ranch, talking about UFOs with him. There's no doubt she knows a lot about this. And of course, her campaign manager, John Podesta, is openly interested in this. But my fear, and again, this is, I guess, a prologue to what I'll talk about this afternoon. I'm wary of what may appear to be a rebranding of the UFO phenomenon. Rebranding in a sense, giving it a new name, calling it UAP. Like, I couldn't imagine Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama or even Donald Trump saying, oh yeah, UFOs are real, people. Maybe Trump would, just for a laugh. I would like to see that. You never know with him. Maybe he would do it. And he would do like a Bill Tompkins and say, yeah, I hung out with this really hot-looking alien secretary while I was up there. But no, for real, I can't imagine Hillary Clinton ever truthfully speaking about anything, but I cannot imagine her truthfully speaking about UFOs. I literally cannot do that. And I can't imagine her saying that UFOs are real. But could I imagine her saying, we've looked at UAP? Well, she has done that. And my fear, actually, is that the elite people who are talking about this may be hoping that if we rebrand UFOs into UAP, if there is ever a disclosure in the future, are they trying to steer the discussion away from some of the more sensational and uncomfortable topics that are associated with UFOs? I don't know. I wonder if there's a rebranding effect going on here. With an idea, in other words, to minimize the phenomenon of abductions, to minimize all the difficulties that would exist between our species and these other beings. Or, and again, I'm going to come back to this again, to use disclosure as a way to finalize global control. I've never been a believer in the false flag, Project Blue Beam, fake alien invasion hypothesis, never. But I do think it's entirely possible that disclosure itself could be a kind of false flag. I guess I would just say, let me come back to that this afternoon. So with that, I guess I'll thank you for your time. It's been lovely, and if we want to do some questions and answers, I'm all for it. Do we have time for that? And will someone have a microphone for people in the audience? It might be a good idea to have a microphone. I don't really know who to select. There's a lot of people in the back who are very enthusiastic. I see this young lady way, way back there. So can you be the first? Can we get a microphone up to her? How do we want to do this?
We've got two microphones, one that side, one this side.
Okay, and I see people in the front as well, and
So
I think
can
we'll
you
get to
swap
everybody.
sides, Richard?
Okay. So the light was right on you, and I saw you first. So do we have the microphone set up?
We could start here while they do that.
All right, well, while you're setting that up, if there's someone down here with a question, do you want to hand it over? Mariana, there's a question from Moira.
Yeah, Richard, it's a bit of a double-barreled one, but to me it's very, very important. We have made great leap forwards in the last 150 years, and I know scientists, and I know of scientists, who've told me they've had telepathic inspiration Some have even claimed to meet with ETs who look like us, we like them.
Mhm.
How much of this do you think, how much ET, as we'll call it, influence, has affected our science and our leap forward? Secondly, how does the powers to be, the black government, feel about normal humans getting telepathic communications or meetings which they have no control of? And have our own black ops been able to master this ability of being able to telepathically control people?
Those are all great questions, Moira. Thank you. I would answer all of them speculatively. So the first one was, to what extent might there be an extraterrestrial influence in our science? I've wondered about this myself. I really can't tell you. I mean, was Nikola Tesla influenced by extraterrestrial intelligence or some other kind of dimension? I don't know. I don't know the answer to these. What is human genius? Is it something that is native to us, or do they get help? The only thing I could speculate, my guess is no better than anyone else's here. That if they've been watching us for a long time, if they're interested in our development, maybe they would seed some ideas here and there. But I really don't know. The other question you had was, well, how would the power structure consider the communication that some people have with these other beings? I think that would be a real problem. I think the presence of these other beings does seem to be subversive from the point of view of the power structure to some extent, because they are interacting with ordinary people, and ordinary people are increasingly talking about this. So that would seem to be a problem. And there are probably people in this room who can attest to the fact that they may have had hassles from intelligence agencies from their experiences. I talk to such people all the time. So I think there's something to that. I can tell you that I myself I've had hassles, officially speaking, but I've never been threatened. But I have had annoyances thrown my way in terms of my research, and I've been suspicious about it. And then your last question, what was your last one?
Have our own black ops developed
Oh.
the ability to telepathically control people?
So how far have our black ops people gone? I think that this is getting into an idea of a breakaway civilization. How advanced is it? I think that they're quite advanced, to be honest with you. I think that if you go back in the official history of things like mind control technology, the CIA and other intelligence agencies back in the 40s and 50s were seriously researching mind control of all different types and technologies. This is old, and I think they're very, very advanced. And I think we've only gotten a tiny little bit of the history that's out on that. So I think the ability to harness the human mind is very advanced in the black world, as we can say. Very advanced. How's that microphone in the back? We got it? Okay.
So firstly, I'd just like to say it's an honour to be here. I've been looking into your research for a long time, and I'm 22 years old, so I don't know, I think I'm maybe the youngest person here. But
I hope not, but maybe.
But I've pretty much grown up my whole life, with people, surrounded by people, family, who are all into this kind of stuff. A very close friend of mine used to work at Pine Gap, and apparently he was murdered. So him and the rest of, some of the people that are close with my family have been involved in government, top secret type stuff. But there's heaps of questions hundreds that I would like to ask, but the one that does concern me is I do have a friend that works at Milroy Observatory, which is just above Parks in Queensland. So it's one of the second largest, telescope facilities in Australia. This always was open to the public, this observatory, because of all you could see in the universe that you couldn't with the naked eye. But 3 months ago, NASA actually took over the observatory and paid him around $3 million to track this dark star that's coming towards our solar system or our orbit. I don't know if you call it Planet X or, Nibiru. I just wanted to know your thoughts and opinions on this planet that they're so desperately trying to, follow.
Well, I have to admit that I didn't know about this last development. I didn't know. You know, there have been a couple of times when Nibiru was supposedly approaching.
Yeah.
We've heard about this periodically. We had the whole Comet Elenine fiasco of 2011, if you remember that. I don't know what to say about this. I can't really speak to whether there's an actual dark star that's being monitored on the way here. This is the first time I'm hearing it. So, have other people heard about this? A few.
So I guess maybe, yeah, elaborating on it, there's obviously different perspectives I've grown up with, like the blue beam, I read that the other day, and it's a lot of information to take in, like you can't live your normal life, me working in, communications in the city,
Right.
It's so hard to like be in two different worlds about it, so you just kind of think it's so surreal.
Well, it's hard for me sometimes to stay on top of everything, and I try. My attitude is I've learned over the years just to be very conservative with some of this information. And it's only because of, even with something, whether it's like disclosure, it has been predicted for the past 60 years. And we've always been on the very edge.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. There's going to be an announcement. It's going to happen. There's an inside leak. It's going to happen. And it never does. So I become a little bit deadened. It's not that I don't listen, but I take them all with a grain of salt. And Nibiru is another one, where this is not the first time we've been told that Nibiru is on the way. So I don't. My attitude is I would like to know the exact source of that statement, and I would really like to check it.
So you can actually just go on the internet and type in Milroy Observatory. It's been around for a very long time.
So are they openly discussing the fact that there's a dark star that's approaching Earth?
Well, pretty much, because it's all private, it does say on the website, I apologise to all of our existing customers. This observatory is now closed to the public. It was the only one in Australia that actually let the public come and stay, do tours and stuff like that, because you could see UFOs from a day-to-day basis.
That is very, very interesting. I certainly agree, and I guess I have another homework assignment,
Yeah, definitely.
so I'll need to look into that.
You want to just go up there maybe next week?
That would be a good idea.
Sorry, Richard, could we move
Thank
on
you.
to someone else?
Yes, by all means. Thank you for your question. Sure. Any other questions? Mariana, do you want to just pick someone? There's a gentleman up.
All right. Yep.
Oh, okay, great.
Hi. So Richard, I think all of us agree lots and lots of stuff, and it's lovely to hear you and meet you. One of the things that occurred to me while you do your presentations, have you heard of Damanu?
Have I heard of what?
Damanu.
Damanu?
Damanhur. It's a community in northern Italy, near Torino, and they're a breakaway civilization, if you like.
Is this the friendship case you're referring to?
No,
This is different.
This is different, and they do extraordinary things. They've got incredible temples underground. Benita is now died about 2 years ago, but he used to time travel. They heal just like that. I mean, I think they're extraordinary, working with energy and higher levels of
Really?
thing. So I just wondered, because a lot of what you were saying, thinking might change.
Well, I feel like I'm really out of the loop. I need to look into it. I don't really know what to say about that either. I mean, I don't know how accurate that is, or maybe it's a real community. Maybe they claim certain things that are true. Maybe they claim certain things that are not true. I guess it would be for me, for my satisfaction, to look into the truth about it. I won't say yes or no to it. I don't really know what to say about it. Sorry, I feel like I let you down. Mariana, do you have the microphone there? You're giving it to someone? Great.
Thank you, Richard, for your talk. It's been really, really eye-opening. But there's one thing that I feel when you say, we talk about disclosure and that we don't have actually full disclosure yet, but yet we have been hearing disclosure everywhere and it hasn't made an impact. No, we haven't heard it from the official people, but we have heard it and we have seen it, and yet hasn't had the impact that it should have. What do you...
Yes, well, you're anticipating my next lecture, but I guess I'll just say that I agree with you. I'm a bit of a skeptic when it comes to disclosure. which is funny for me to say that since I've been in, some people associate me with the disclosure movement, and I believe in the idea of disclosure very much, but I guess to anticipate what you're going to say, I look at 4 different disclosure scenarios. The main one that we're moving toward is what I call fascist disclosure. It will be a disclosure that will happen, in my view, the preferred form after, if those people who are seeking to dominate us for all time succeed in what they want to do, if they have a complete control over the global narrative, without any fear that people like us will challenge them, they might disclose a small portion of the UFO reality and spin it and propagandize it in such a way that it will accord with their interests. After all, I mean, we can assume that there are mountains and mountains of documentation and evidence that they've got. I would imagine that they would, if forced to do a disclosure, they would disclose a sliver. Because the best way to keep a secret is by pretending to share the secret. You give a little bit, and people think, oh, that's the truth. And meanwhile, you're withholding a tremendous amount of data. And I think that's the most likely scenario. A fascist disclosure that will facilitate greater control over the people. Now, there's increasing talk among ordinary people like us about this reality. What we're actually doing, sometimes without realizing it, is engaging in massive cultural transformation. So we're changing the culture. And by changing the culture, I think this is our greatest weapon. I think of, I've often used this analogy, but think of something like gay rights. 100 years ago, a little over a century ago, someone like Oscar Wilde was rotting away in a jail because he was supposedly some abomination of being gay. And we go from that reality to some brave people through the 20th century coming out, right? And within the space of one generation now, I don't know how it is in Australia, but in the States, gay marriage has become a norm. In one generation. That is a massive cultural transformation. It's extraordinary. So what happened there? Well, I think what happened is that you had some people who bravely fought the culture, decided to come out, and were on the vanguard of a massive transformation in culture. So I think that's actually what we are doing with the UFO subject, all of us in this room. We're the harbingers of a great cultural change. And we're not at the point where we have enabled a political recognition of that. But I think it is happening. In 20 years of having the web, 10 years of social media, really only 10 years of a little more than a decade of Facebook, for example, we've transformed. But it's only been a decade or two. So where will we be in another 10 years or 20 years? I think we're going through a very significant cultural revolution. That my best hope for a true disclosure is that we actually make a cultural transformation. I'm not a believer in the fascist disclosure, but I am a believer in a people-driven disclosure. I don't really know if that answers your question fully. The other thing I'll just say here is that, just because this is a little point that is important to me, sometimes I hear people say, well, it doesn't really matter what the government does. It doesn't matter if the government discloses. What matters is what we do. To which I would say, well, yes and no. It is important what we do and what we believe, but it's also important to me that the government, that is, after all, supposed to be responsible to us, all right, speak the truth to us. And if we give up this idea that it doesn't matter what government does, it seems to me we're giving up on the idea of true representative government. And I don't know about you, but I'm not willing to give up on that idea yet. So I want a government that's responsive to me as a citizen and responsive to you as citizens. That's your right. And when a government is lying to us about conceivably the most important part of our reality, that's unspoken, unacknowledged, that's a problem. And so I believe in a disclosure in order for us to get control back over a system that is becoming, frankly, fascist beyond our control every single day. Any other questions? Do you
And
want to?
someone on that side, please. Could I just ask quickly, someone suggested to me to ask how many people believe they've been abducted or had close encounters in this room?
Not everyone may want to raise their hand. Quite a few. Close encounters. So
By
at
close,
least
I
10.
mean seen a being or had contact with a being. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
How many do you count there?
Sort of around 13, 14.
Right.
Thank you.
I have a question. How many of you have seen what you think might be a UFO? Okay, now keep your hands up now. There's a lot of you. So how many of you have reported it to some agency in some part of the world? Yeah, most of you have not. Thank you. So just as an aside, one of my interests is trying to get a handle on how many UFO sightings there are around the world. In North America, we have two pretty good websites where people can report their UFO sightings. One is the MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, and one is the National UFO Reporting Center. Each of them gets 6,000 to 7,000 reports a year. I don't believe there's a lot of overlap. I've tried to check. I don't think there is. So we're talking 13 to up to 15,000 sightings a year that are reported. I'm not saying they're all alien craft or even a majority, but that's a lot of people reporting things. And then if you multiply that by 10, because that really does seem like 1 out of 10 are reported, there could be in North America alone well over 100,000 sightings of what people think are UFOs every single year. And then you can figure out what percentage of those are really truly anomalous. But it's a lot. There's a lot of really strange. And it's the same thing here. Same thing in Australia. Any other questions? I don't know who to pick. There's a bunch of people down here. Do you want to give the microphone to them? Or? Oh, right there. Yes, sir.
Thanks for your talk, Richard. Ben Rich is someone to ask about. Can you extrapolate or speculate about the statements he made and whether or not he might be a black box guy or disinformation?
Yeah. Well, Ben Rich died in the 1990s. He was the head of what was known as Lockheed's Skunk Works Division, very advanced research and development. Ben Rich, one of the top aviation executives in the world, was a believer in UFOs. This is well known. There have been a number of his communications to that effect from the 1980s and the 1990s where he was very open about it. In 1993, not long before he died, he gave a lecture at the UCLA School of Engineering for the alumni there, kind of a history of Lockheed's Skunk Works Division, talking about the stealth fighter, the F-111A, and ended his talk by saying, we now have the technology to take ET home. End of lecture. I don't know how some you guys are. Some people are just not curious, I suppose, and they just filed out of the room. I mean, he drops this bombshell, and they're like, okay, great, I'm going to go get some lunch. But some people stayed behind and kind of asked him some additional questions. And by the way, Ben Rich, this wasn't the only time when he made that statement. This apparently was a tagline of his that he would end his lectures with. I think he liked to have fun with it, but people did ask him about it. And one of them was Jan Harzan, who's currently the international director of the Mutual UFO Network. I do know Jan. I've spoken with him about this a number of times. So they surrounded Ben Rich, and he goes on. He says, yes, we now have the technology to take ET home, we now have the technology to go into the stars, and it won't take a lifetime to do it. In other words, it won't take a lifetime for us to get to the stars. And he said a few other things. This was shortly after the end of the Cold War, 1993, and he was referring to that when he said, there may have been a reason for the secrecy, but that reason is gone, and it is now time to make this technology open to the public. But it's so locked away that I think he said it would take an act of God to release it to the public. And Jan spoke to Ben Rich privately after that, I think in a parking lot, if I'm not mistaken, and was talking about propulsion. And I wish Jan were here to tell this exactly, because I can't remember the exact phraseology. But essentially, Ben Rich said, well, how do you think we do it? Ben Rich said, let me ask you, what do you know about space-time? I think it was, or psi phenomena, that's what it was. And Jan said, all space and time is connected through consciousness, or something like that. And Ben Rich supposedly said bingo and walked away, whatever that means. But your question about Ben Rich, and then as Ben Rich was dying on his deathbed, he had a series of conversations with his friend, aerospace journalist James Goodall, a very excellent journalist. And Goodall's talked about this too, and on the phone, Ben Rich talked much more about the UFO secret and the UFO reality. Ben Rich was definitely apprised of the reality. I don't think there's any question about it. He knew it was real. And by the way, I will discuss in the next lecture at least a little bit of the apparent revelations of rock star Tom Dolan, who I met Tom a couple of years ago. I really liked him. And his correspondence and conversation with John Podesta, and his own connections with 2 senior U.S. generals and essentially the top executive at Lockheed Skunk Works in recent times. And so this saga continues. There's definitely high-level generals and aerospace executives who are deeply interested in this subject and seem to know a lot about it. Any other questions? You want to hand them? I don't really care who you give the microphone to. Thanks.
Thank you for your talk, Richard. I was wanting to ask you...
Can you get closer to the microphone? It was hard to hear you.
This disclosure issue, it's very interesting that when you have someone like Charles Hall, who writes his 5 books on human hospitality, sends it to the Vatican, and then a couple of years later the Vatican releases that it's okay to believe in aliens. You know, I mean, there's a channel of disclosure to whoever wants to listen. Why are we asking the White House to disclose when, you know, their job is just like a public servant to us? Why are we asking them to disclose to us that yes, there was aliens?
Well, we asked the White House to disclose because, in theory, the White House is in charge of the United States national security complex, which has had a tremendous amount of interaction with this, which has dominance over the national security complexes of most of the rest of the world, including Australia, including the UK. In other words, I mean, the U.S. national security complex is the dog that gets to pee on everyone's tree and really is running the show behind the scenes. It's really the truth. And so, in theory, right, the President of the United States has authority over that complex. That's the theory. Now, the reality, as you're indicating, I agree with you, that in reality the U.S. President is selected, not elected, is essentially a puppet of financial interests that are transnational. Yeah, I think we can all recognize this now. And not everyone agrees with me. Grant Cameron, who I like and respect, Grant Cameron believes that the U.S. President is the person in charge. He absolutely believes this. He told me this earlier this year. I'm like, really? I don't agree with him. And I respectfully disagree with him, but you know, so the question, there's all this behind the scenes machinations that's been going on forever. I had a conversation, I wish I could give this man's name up, hopefully I'll ask his permission. Back in the late 90s, he had pretty good access to high-level people, some of the, what he described as an international UFO control group, like an international MJ-12 type operation. Spoke to one retired 4-star American general who had been part of that, who said to him, this is in the late 90s, that there were factions among the control group. Well, hell, I mean, there's factions that go back to ancient Rome and Caesar and Pompey and Cassius. There's always factions among ruling elite. In this case, this faction among the UFO control group supposedly had to do with the liberals and conservatives. So the liberals wanted to release more information and kind of get this out to humanity, and the conservatives did not. And in fact, one of the observations was that the conservatives tended to be the younger generation who had not yet made all of the money that they wanted to make on this secret. That was how it was described to this person. There are always inside machinations, and they go on to this day. There are always people within, whether it's the US or presumably the Australian national security community, who believe the secrecy is wrong. They're not all bad people. Most of them are probably good people. but they're stuck in a system of secrecy that they have no control over. I spoke to years ago, I have occasionally discussed this, to a very, very senior, brilliant physicist, scientist, who, in addition to confirming to me, this is a very well-known man, in addition to confirming to me the reality of alien technology and bodies deeply classified, actually he literally said, and at least one body that I personally know about. That's what he said to me. But with the implication that there were probably more. He said that to me, and he also said, you know, that every 5 years or so, to his knowledge, there were internal discussions within the U.S. side of it toward do we have a disclosure or not? That this was a theme that comes up. And that he himself had been on one subcommittee to study the implications of disclosure. And despite the fact that he is a very qualified scientist, he was on a legal subcommittee. I don't know why. And they were looking at legal implications, like ramifications of disclosure. And what he said to me is, we concluded that something as simple as class action lawsuits would be daunting. And so they decided disclosure, not a good idea. But the point is that this comes up, apparently, periodically. So this discussion is always rumbling around. So the very strong feeling that I have gotten is that this is a subject that has, again, run so far out of control. And again, I'm anticipating my next lecture. But this has gone so far beyond the control of those secret keepers that I really think they don't know how to unload this secret. You know, how do you, it's one thing to say we've had this secret for 5 years or 10 years. How do you say we've had this secret for an entire human lifetime and that all of our institutions have evolved in a corrupted way, academic, scientific, political, mass media, journalism. All of them are corrupted by this because all of them have denied this to the public at large. All of them have been infiltrated by the power structure, clearly. So how do you give up a secret like that without massive social, political, revolutionary implications? That's the real problem. In fact, Grant Cameron had his own, I want to accurately quote him, he's got his own connections, his own people he's talking to. Most of us researchers have someone that we're talking to, you know, and Grant does, and he said this group that he's familiar with want to do a disclosure, but they don't want government fingerprints on the phenomenon. And he said, well, good luck with that, which I agree. How do you have a disclosure without people saying, holy smokes, so you've been lying to us for, 70 years? You got some explaining to do here. There's no way to get around that. So it's a very difficult, revolutionary, almost impossible thing to get around. But here's the thing. Just because something seems impossible, just because we're never, ever going to be ready for disclosure, doesn't therefore mean it's not going to happen. I always like to say, you know, who's ever ready for their first child? No one. And yet you have it, and boom, there you go, and you have to just figure it out. And I think disclosure is going to be just like that. We're never as a society going to be ready. All you have to do is look around at the idiocy of our mass culture. I mean, really. So is our, whether it's our entertainment, our politics, American politics, the depths of idiocy right now, our political education is, it's moronic. Our university education system is really no better, in my opinion. It's not training people for this reality, not in the least. It's training people to be obedient workers, as the comedian George Carlin put it. Obedient workers, that's the system. We're not ready to deal with the reality of a super advanced, highly telepathic species or groups of species that are here with an agenda of some sort. We're not ready, but that's not going to stop it from happening. We're going to find out, because the fact is we're in a revolutionary period in our history. We're in a high-speed train, and it's leading to a station. There's no stopping it. Somehow we're in an unstable enough situation that this secret, one way or another, is coming out. And that's when the real discussion begins, because it's going to come out with as a pack of lies. It's not going to be truthful, but at least it will be out. And that makes all the difference, that we as a society can have a public discussion of this reality. I think I went a little off-road with that answer. How much time do we have?
I think we should break for lunch.
Sure. Okay, great. So we'll do another one later. Thanks. We blew through lunch, at least I did. I got to sign some books and talk with everyone. I think I've spoken probably with everyone here. It was a lot of fun, and to those of you I did chat with, I just want to thank you. It was very enjoyable for me. So I feel like the first lecture was a bit of a warm-up, and I think I look at this as the main event. The reason, I suppose, is because my personal interest has always been political. That's what got me into this field 23 years ago or so. Back in those days, I was simply I thought that I wanted to teach in a university. That was what I thought my career goal was going to be. And I was studying Cold War history. Prior to that, I did an excruciating amount of study of German history and Soviet history. And I've always been a history and politics sort of person. And then I stumbled into the UFO subject in I think it was 93. I saw a copy of Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secret. I'm sure many of you know it. And it was a subtitle that caught my attention, The Worldwide UFO Cover-Up. I thought, wow. And at this point, I was immersed in the world of 1950 through my academic work. And I flipped through Tim's book, and I saw a lot of the names that I had been studying in my academic work on that whole thing, but in a completely different context. And it hit me with a really strong force. And my question back then wasn't even, were UFOs real? It was simply, is this a part of our history? Is this a genuine part of our national security history? And if so, did it ever cease to be an interest to these people? Even if they were interested in UFOs as a mistake, why was this never in any history book that I'd ever read? How is that not interesting? I thought it was very interesting. So my first question was simply to find out, is this a thing? Is this a thing that I'd like to know about? And I actually truly thought that I could spend 2 or 3 months and I would figure it all out for myself. That's really what I thought. So I bought the book and then went online, what was then the internet. There was no websites, but there were little bulletin boards and filled with people arguing with each other. You suck. No, you suck. But there was also some interesting information there. And I remembered getting really deep into it. And the next thing I knew, I was just immersed, absolutely obsessed. I was obsessed. My whole first year, totally obsessed. I would sneak UFO books into the university library like I was sneaking in illicit literature and not wanting people to look at me. And then the next thing I knew, I just had thrown my life into this, and this has been the last 2 decades. But I've always looked at the UFO subject from primarily, not exclusively, but primarily as a political thing. I'm interested in the science of it. I'm interested in what these beings are, if that's what they are. I'm interested in a lot of these other issues, but to me, I guess the politics is what it comes down to. And how, as I said in my last lecture, how I feel that the secrecy on this has distorted us. Whatever the truth is on this phenomenon, to me, I'm focused on the human side of it. I'm focused on us and on our civilization, and how, to me, it's not interesting to me to get so-called disclosure in the context of a global form of fascism. If that's the case, I opt out. So what I would rather do is repair, or have to see our society be repaired politically, so that we can actually have a proper civilization and then move on to the truth of this. So anyway, my lecture for today is what I call the geopolitics and future of UFO secrecy. I could have said the end, maybe, of UFO secrecy. We'll see. I guess what I would say, so let me, I don't really know where we all are in terms of our understanding and knowledge of this. So what I'm going to do on this slide is very quickly give you if you don't know anything about the subject of UFOs and you wonder what's the big fuss all about, in my view, there are some, these are all US documents. All right. And what I would say to any truly skeptical person who says, what's the big deal? I would say start reading these documents. On my website, I have a list of these documents and my own brief analysis of these documents to explain why they are important. And essentially, they're important because, pardon me, not because any one of, these are all released during, in the US Freedom of Information era of the late 1970s, early 80s for the most part. Freedom of information in the US has gone through its ups and downs. So the initial FOIA Act was strengthened dramatically, really meaningful in the mid to late 1970s, mainly during the presidency of Jimmy Carter. It was weakened substantially in the early 1980s by an executive order of Ronald Reagan, and it's had ups and downs ever since. The majority of the really good documents that we have to this day came to us in the late 70s. So, and most of these documents fall into that category. And individually, they don't prove that UFOs are ET or anything like that, but collectively, they do prove something. They prove that this is a phenomenon that has engaged the US military and intelligence community, and they've taken it very seriously. If nothing else, they prove that UFOs are worthy of our analysis. And some of them are really extraordinary. My favorite one of these, I think, is the 1952 memo by H. Marshall Chadwell of the CIA. He was the director of the CIA's scientific intelligence at that time. And in a 1952 memo to the director of the CIA, Walter Beadle Smith, Chadwell wrote, at this time, reports of objects at great altitudes and speeds over sensitive U.S. installations are of such nature that they are not attributable to natural phenomena or known types of aerial vehicles. That's a very direct statement to the director of the CIA by the chief of scientific intelligence. You know, it's a bureaucratic memo. It's not as if he's going to say, boss, I think we're being invaded, but he might as well have said it. He's essentially said that these were not Russian or Soviet as far as we could tell. They're not our own. They were not any kind of natural phenomena or any kind of vehicle that we know. And yet there were objects, by 1952, there had been some that were recorded at altitudes of 100,000 feet, moving at thousands of miles per hour on occasion, on at least one occasion that I know about, tracked with what are known as theodolite, that is a type of measuring instrument that can track altitude and speed and diameter, and one of these objects was 30 feet in diameter, moving at an unbelievable speed over in the vicinity of Los Alamos, New Mexico. That's just one. And we have a lot of these memos that I list here describe in some detail, frankly, the speeds and actions of some of these objects and the response of the military. Very, very serious. So I would say that's a good starting point. And so they indicate that someone has got some technology that is not supposed to exist and has been around for a long time. That's the start. So this is, I could probably take this slide and probably take an hour to explain all of it, and I won't do that. But what I believe, what I call the probable, this is the human side of the scenario, a nice summation as I see it. Point number one, we have had crash retrievals. I don't think this is the place for me really to go through why I think there have been. Sorry if you're not convinced, but there's a lot of information about this. I think there have been a number of cases, though, where military personnel have retrieved what we would call crashed UFOs and kept them in secrecy. What is absolutely unarguable is the next bullet, classified engagements. That is, secret encounters by global military with what we would call UFOs. And this comes to us through the declassified literature. Again, you have militaries from around the world that have encountered these objects. Every military that I can think of seems to have had some encounters with this. Those two realities, the fact that particularly in the American side of it, they acquired exotic technology and bodies and had engagements with these objects, many of which were hanging out essentially over sensitive nuclear technology installations, which was a major theme in the 40s and 50s. All right? That would require absolute secrecy. I mean, put yourself in the position of the US President Harry Truman at that time, and let's just assume that you became aware that, yes, Roswell and probably other crash retrievals had occurred, and you became aware that not only was this a one-off and we acquired their bodies and technology, but someone was obviously flying around in sensitive airspace and we couldn't control them. Would you tell the world this fact? I think you wouldn't. First of all, if you told the world that you had exotic technology, it would become very difficult not to share that technology with the rest of the world. In 1945, 46, 47, the U.S. had a monopoly of atomic technology. And as a matter of fact, at the United Nations and elsewhere, there were nations who said, atomic technology is too important for any one nation to have it. It should be under UN control. This was argued at the time. America's answer was, no thanks, we'll just keep this to ourselves. Because America's attitude was, if we share it with the UN, the Soviets will get it, who knows, it'll just get out. The genie will be out of the bottle, and America was not interested in sharing atomic technology. I would have to think they certainly would not want to share something as exotic as extraterrestrial technology. No, not at all. So the best way to keep it to yourself is you just deny. And also, they wouldn't want to acknowledge that this is a real phenomenon, because implicitly you'd have to acknowledge that you can't control it, because they couldn't control it. That was obvious from the declassified literature we now have. Unfortunately, by the time all those documents became declassified in the 70s and 80s, my country had turned into a nation of walking zombies, and no one was really paying attention. If they had been declassified in the 40s and 50s, I really think it might have been a different situation. But I think this scenario required absolute secrecy, which in turn meant control over mainstream media, which meant control over academia and over the scientific communities. And if you really think that's impossible, think again. In the US, we know for an absolute fact, media control has been a given. If you haven't studied the history of what was known as Operation Mockingbird, go check it out. Mockingbird was exposed by journalist Carl Bernstein in the late 70s and was a CIA management of mainstream American journalists. He indicated at least 400 journalists, I'm sure the number was much higher than that, were on the CIA payroll secretly, spinning news, sometimes coming up with fake stories, killing stories, influencing editorial policy, you name it. So ask yourself what you personally could do if you had 400 mainstream journalists covertly working for you. Could you dominate the news? Maybe not completely, but could you control a lot of news? Yes, of course you could. The CIA did this. And in fact, Mockingbird is nothing compared with what goes on today. Nothing. I wish we were to go back to the Mockingbird days. It would be so much better. Now you've got not only the CIA, but you've got the Pentagon spending billions of dollars every year in managing its social media profile. That includes managing mainstream media, but it also includes putting in trolls on all the news stories that you read. They call them sock puppets. There are literally Pentagon employees whose job is to manage persona, who write little comments on all the news articles that you read online. So when you suspect, you're thinking, is this guy for real? May not be for real. They may be a paid employee of the Pentagon. So that's media control. And that's even only a tiny bit of, I think, what's going on. Control over academia, same thing. It's not that difficult. It doesn't mean that every single university professor is controlled, obviously. No, it's not how it works. You have a few big shots who have connections to the intelligence community. If some little associate professor or assistant professor or adjunct becomes interested in researching UFOs, simple. They get smacked down by the big guys at Harvard or some other place who are working for the system, and that is what happens. That was the case with Donald Menzel back in the 50s and 60s, and I think that has been the case ever since. Academia is not hard to control. Within that world, people are always concerned with their little territory. Going into the UFO field it's almost impossible to go into the UFO field through academia. I know because I briefly thought I wanted to try. World of science is dominated by funding. If the UFO subject is classified, which it certainly is, that would mean that funding to research UFOs is going to have to be classified. So it's not going to be in open scientific funding circles. And if there's no funding in the open field for it, well, it's just not going to happen. So it's really not that tough. That leads to what we would call black budgets, black agencies. That is, black meaning absolutely secret, so secret that you can't see it. That's why it's called black. Pardon me, that was my lunch. I did get a little bit of lunch, yes. It wasn't until 1990 or 91 that there was even an acknowledgement in the US that there was such a thing as a black budget, that is secret classified spending. Do you realize we went through all of these years and there was no acknowledgement of that fact, which now we all know. So if you've got a secret technology program and you want to fund it without letting Congress or Parliament know about it, how do you fund it? Well, you have to do it through very classified channels. You can't just have it out in the open. And in the United States, that required an end run around the formal constitutional practice of having Congress appropriate money for various projects. You have to do it secretly. Congress would secretly approve of things that they didn't know what they were approving. They literally did not know and do not know what they were approving. That's called a black budget. There's different estimates as to how large the black budget is. What I would suggest, though, is that it's more than simply my classified tax dollars at work. I think there's been enough analysis of this, one by my very good friend and colleague, Catherine Austin Fitz, who has pointed out that what we call the black budget includes more than just federal money, government money. It includes proceeds from banking fraud, securities fraud, narcotics trafficking, and the like. Clearly, intelligence agencies have been involved in all of that for decades. Out of Australia, there was the Nugan Hand financial CIA-connected shenanigans that took place decades ago, I think 30 plus years ago. That's just a drop in the bucket. BCCI and all kinds of money laundering. In the center of the global financial system today has been argued that there's a big black hole there, missing money, billions, trillions of dollars. There's a lot of unaccounted for money. Where does it go? Well, some of it goes into these programs, I believe, which causes what I would call runaway privatized secrecy. So what I mean by that is runaway secrecy, you can get what that means, but privatized. So what I believe is the situation. There hasn't been many studies of the black budget culture, but there have been a few. And they do seem to indicate that these special access programs, as they're called, these black budget programs, are dominated predominantly by the private corporate contractors, even more than the Defense Department personnel. Kind of makes sense. That's where the power always is in the private money behind public office. And if I'm the U.S. Army and I've recovered technology that doesn't belong to our civilization, the Army probably doesn't really have the ability truly, scientifically, to do full analyses of this technology, but defense contractors do. They've got the R&D personnel, they've got the engineers, they're the people who actually have the ability to try to study and maybe, hopefully, replicate or attempt to replicate some of this technology. So it goes into private industry. The question then is, who owns that technology? Who owns the patents that are developed from that technology? Well, that probably becomes a classified legal issue. But I think essentially what happens is that technology and the secret becomes privatized. And the advantage there is that if it's not classified but proprietary, that makes it even another level off limits from public inquiry. You know, if it's public under government control, in theory the public would have a right to that information, you might argue. But what if it's private, corporate? Maybe not so much. And I think it allows for the secrecy to become more entrenched, even if it's private, and also more profitable. This system that is created leads to, what are they doing in this classified world? Well, one thing they're absolutely doing is weaponizing this technology to the best extent they can. They are, after all, military-type people. This is how they think. And we do know from this, really, we have to thank UFO researcher and experiencer John Burroughs, former U.S. Air Force, who was at the Rendlesham Forest back in 1980. John has done very excellent work on this, studying a report that no one else was looking at, myself included, called the Condign Report from the late 1990s out of the UK. And what John found in this 400-page, generally dry as dust document, he found reference by the UK military in the late 90s to UAP, unexplained aerial phenomena, and the physiological effects that those craft have on people. Very plain discussion. And reference to the fact that the technologies of the UAP that we were attempting, or they were attempting to weaponize and to improve weaponry based on that. And I think that makes perfect sense. Another thing that this classified black budget group would be doing with this secret would be hiding their breakthroughs. So, you know, very likely that some of these, if you're studying highly advanced exotic technology that doesn't come from here, you'll come up with some nifty ideas eventually, some that might be really good money makers, but some which might be really too important to share with the world. Whether these are energy breakthroughs, something that allows us to go beyond petroleum, for example, or propulsion breakthroughs. These, I would think, would be way too important to allow the rest of the world to know about. If they do discover a non-petroleum source of energy, which I suspect has been the case, letting that out into the world is rather disruptive, as you can imagine. It not only disrupts the entire global infrastructure, but it disrupts the global power hierarchy, which is founded on control over and distribution of petroleum as a resource under specific geographic locations that you physically control, and you control the distribution and you make your money off of it. Not only that, but the entire global financial system is based around petroleum. The United States has enforced what has been known as the petrodollar system. This is very, very important for the United States in particular. It is the foundation. It is the reason that the United States has to be the dominator of the world, and it is the reason why the U.S. feels that they must dominate Middle Eastern countries in particular, to enforce the fact that they want nations to sell their oil using U.S. dollars. That's the petrodollar. It forces a global demand for dollars that allows the United States essentially to hold the world hostage in many ways, and including its own profligate spending that no other nation could ever dream of doing, but it allows the U.S. to engage in a policy of endless warfare globally. All of that goes away if energy breakthroughs from the UFO phenomenon, if energy breakthroughs of UFOs were to come to light, in my view. And in terms of propulsion, well, my goodness, if within the black world they discovered, let's say, some kind of anti-grav propulsion system, field propulsion, that allows you to get into your own little flying saucer and zip across the other side of the world, that gives you a lot of power. That gives you a lot of freedom. And that means it becomes much more difficult for your government to control you in a lot of ways. I think it does. And the same with energy. If you have your own source of energy, you can go off the grid and say to your utility company, up yours. You'd be very independent. And that's not a good thing from the point of view of the hierarchy. So I think that's part of what's going on. I think within the black budget world, this leads to what I have often called a breakaway civilization. My take on it, other people have jumped in on this idea. That's great. My conception of it originally was based on technology only. I look at it a little more broadly now. But in terms of technology, let's assume that there are breakthroughs in propulsion, breakthroughs in energy, and other things that would not be shared with the rest of us poor slobs. They would be able to classify, make secret their breakthroughs, preventing us from accessing those breakthroughs. So if you were an independent scientist and you were brilliant enough to come up with what the black budget world came up with, you would be prevented legally from pursuing it, and I think that's the case. But they would simply be able to leap ahead. Our future would be held hostage while they would continue to go ahead. If they have their own flying saucers, if they have their own weapons technology that's off the charts, they have their own ability to go off-world, that would allow them to have a completely different science, that would allow them to have maybe interactions of a kind that we would not be able to have. It would give them it would be a separate civilization that is broken away from our own. That's my take on a breakaway civilization, leading to I definitely believe that there is a secret space program, a clandestine space program. I guess I'll take this minute to comment on some of the claims that many people who have been self-described whistleblowers have had to say about a secret space program. And I'm not here to say that every one of them is fictitious, but when I like to talk about a secret space program, I try to limit my comments into what I think is defensible. So there have been legitimate whistleblowers in the past, in the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, and there are others even more recently who I think have had legitimate things to say. All of those individuals are people whose background I can confirm. People like Carl Wolf, people like Donna Hare, who worked, were at NASA and Ryde back in the 60s and 70s. I know who they are. There are people more recently who have claimed to go to Mars, who have had encounters with different types of creatures on Mars, none of which is even remotely confirmable, in my opinion. And the fact that they corroborate each other means nothing to me. Not a thing. I mean, if you wanted to lay waste to this field, it would take you 6 months to get up to speed on the lore that's out there, and then you could come up with a very detailed story, and you can go to the first person willing to video you, and you too could be a whistleblower. And you could then devise impossibly unprovable types of evidence that make it very convenient that, simply can't be proven, and without giving away any true science. So no, I don't think that this is helpful. And the only other thing I would add is that if I were running a secret space program and I did not want the rest of the world to know about it, I would very likely create my own form of disinformation about this, and I would look for people who would be willing to say truly outrageous things, to cause the mainstream skeptical world to just dismiss the whole thing, and to cause a whole enormous group of researchers who take this seriously to go into dead ends. And I believe that that is exactly what has happened. That's my opinion on some of these. Having said that, I believe that there is a secret space program. I think there's enough reason to consider that there are anomalies on the moon, yes, in Earth orbit. And I will just say I had a conversation some time ago with a scientist, a guy who I thought really did know what he was talking about, who said to me, don't dismiss what you hear, don't dismiss the anomalies of Mars. That's what he said to me. There are those of us, he said, who take it very seriously. So I'm open to all of these possibilities. And I believe that there is something going on there. It makes perfect sense to me. But again, that doesn't mean that I believe every whistleblower that's out there, or so-called whistleblower. The last thing I would just say is a whistleblower doesn't get to be called that until I can confirm who they are. So if I know what their background is, if I can confirm their career, then they have a right to be called that. Otherwise, no. What I do strongly believe in, I get emails every now and then from mysterious people, One came from a guy, I can't confirm him, but he talked a good game. He said to me, Mr. Dolan, I read your book After Disclosure. He gave it lukewarm praise. He said it was okay, but you really overlooked something important, which is that you don't appreciate just how terrified we in the black world are of this secret coming out. He said there's never going to be any kind of cooperation from us unless we are absolutely sure that we're not going to get criminally prosecuted. Which, actually, I said to him, are you sure you read my book? Because I did talk about this. But anyway, I think he's right. They're terrified. And they've got to cover themselves. CYA rule applies here, and they're not going to give up this game until they are absolutely sure that they will not be in physical jeopardy. I don't know how to make that happen. Meanwhile, they're desperately attempting to catch up. If you've got the presence of this other that's here, that's able to that has technology that is truly beyond what we officially have, yes, they're thinking in military terms, they're trying to catch up. And in our experience, what I call disclosure paralysis. I jumped a little bit ahead of myself here. So part of it is fear of legal repercussions, but I think part of it is even a greater fear by those people at the top who recognize full well that to come out with this subject after all these years is a little bit too revolutionary and a little bit too uncertain for their comfort level. This was the big conclusion that I had after finishing After Disclosure, to be honest with you. It became clear to me that this subject, if there were to be an announcement that this subject is real, it really does turn everything upside down in our society. Not simply a lot of politically angry people over the secrecy, not simply a lot of fear that may not be managed over who these other beings are. You may not be afraid, but I bet you that you have relatives and family that would be probably terrified. I certainly do. But also in terms of the technological transformation, the energy paradigm shift, all of this is very, very transformative. People will often say, well, why can't the government trust us? We're not going to go freak out. I don't think that's the issue. That's not why there is a secrecy. The government doesn't care if you want to panic and jump out the window. That's not their concern. Their concern is that once a secret is out, it will lead to institutional changes, inevitably. And I think that is the real problem that they see. Now, I'm going to skim over this part because I did discuss this in my last lecture. What I think is the probable scenario. This is a one-slide summation of what I talked about before. I think there are beings that have come here. I think they're very advanced. I think they can manipulate space-time. I think some are artificially created. I think they have incredible powers of the mind, and they're interested in our world. And they are engaged in some amount of contact and, yes, abductions. They've been here for a long time. That, I think, is going on. Beyond that, there are different types. Again, I showed this slide the last lecture. They're not like us. This much I'm convinced of. They are not like us. And I don't think that we're able to control them. So I think that that's probably a very big part of the fear. That's one aspect of the fear that those people who have this secret have. Now, in terms of the secrecy, I just came up with this little graphic recently. I think it explains pretty well how I look at it. So if you look at our reality as a series of concentric circles. So so most of us live in the middle, the mass reality. That's the brightest. There's the most attention. That's where you can see images of Kim Kardashian's butt and watch Dancing with the Stars and the local football game. The reality that you're bombarded with every single day. And, that's the reality in which you get the really, really moronic political platitudes in the United States that, we have a representative Democratic Republic and I can vote my member of Congress in, and if I don't like him, we can vote him out and we control the... this type of nonsense is the mass reality, what we're told, the consensus reality. Beyond that, I call it academic reality. So, you go to the university and you become intelligent and you become smart and you read, oh, yes, the mass reality is so unsophisticated. For me, when I was in the academic world, it was the Noam Chomsky reality. And I don't mean to dismiss Noam Chomsky, but it's that type of, more sophisticated than the dum-dum reality in the center. But within the academic world, there's very little study of the next level, which is the classified reality. In the field of history, I can say this, historians avoid even thinking about the classified world. I think it's part of the problem is their intellectual training, because historians are trained to go into archives and look in documented resources and so forth. And if something's classified, it's off limits. And I think what happens with historians anyway, and probably other academicians, is you develop this habit. What's classified really becomes off limits, so you don't really get to analyze it, and it's almost as if it's not there. And I really believe that this state of mind is developed in the academic world where the classified world is just not there. I remember back years ago in grad school, I tried looking for books on the CIA. Now, this is in the 80s and 90s, admittedly, but there was almost nothing. It was very difficult, and I was at a very good university library. Not much on the agency. It's a little bit better now, but in terms of academic studies, not a lot better, frankly. So then beyond the classified reality is what I would call the breakaway reality. You know, the classified world is interesting, but one element of that classified world is dealing with this reality of other beings. And notice how each circle gets a little darker. There's a little less light shed on each one. And then beyond the breakaway civilization reality would be the reality of these others, these ETs, whatever they are. I think these are some of the levels of reality that we are dealing with in terms of the secrecy on this matter. I didn't have time to put a graphic in on this in the next slide. I was just kind of thinking this through recently. But what is driving us toward our future? I think this is important for us to understand because this gets it back into the UFO cover-up. So in terms of computer technical hardware, there's something known as Moore's Law. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. Charles Moore in the 1960s at IBM, it was IBM, I think, developed a theory about how every 18 to 24 months, the number of transistors on an integrated circuit seemed to double. And we've taken that idea, and that's held, by the way, and we've taken that to be a little more broad about computer hardware in general, about the doubling of overall computing power every 18 to 24 months. And to my understanding, Moore's Law is still continuing. There's talk that maybe it's going to hit its limit, but I'm not aware that it has yet. We're going through revolutionary increases in power, in other words, of our computing. At the same time, we're moving toward very advanced artificial intelligence. I'll just take this moment to mention, I was approached just before this lecture by someone who wanted me to clarify my attitude on AI. Apparently, they thought that I was a big supporter of transhumanism and of advanced AI. I certainly am not. What I was saying is that I believe it will happen. I think that we're on that road. I'm not saying that I think it's a good thing. I think some of these transhumanists are like mad scientists, to be honest with you, who have this almost insane optimism over how wonderful it will be if we're all immortal and we all have godlike intelligence. I think these people are absolutely insane. I just think there's no logic to that whatsoever, and I think it's a very dangerous proposition. That's my take on it. But I do think that advanced AI is, we've got it in sights, and it's probably going to happen. Ditto things like quantum computing. If it's not already here in the classified world, it may be. Quantum computing is, I can't even wrap my brain around quantum computing sometimes. I can't even understand it, but it is orders of magnitude, of course, beyond our current level of computing. Then advanced nanotech, robotics, 3D printing and scanning, DNA mapping, gene editing, CRISPR technology, brain mapping. It is now possible with electrodes, I believe they can do this, essentially to read your mind, to read words that you think have their own brainwave, apparently. And it is, I just read this, maybe it's true, I think it's true, that with electrodes and decoding software, they can actually hear you thinking your words with electrodes. Now, maybe one day they'll do it without electrodes, and they'll be more accurate for all we know. More drivers of the future, implants to increase abilities. This is already, I think, happening. We talk about super soldiers. I think this is a part of what is a super soldier. Genetic modifications. Talk about a transhumanist nightmare. If you've got the money, you'll be able to have your children DNA edited for greater intelligence, greater strength, greater disease immunity, genetically modified people. That, I think, will happen. The problem, of course, is that it's a utopia for those who can afford it and a real dystopia for the rest of us, and a true stratification biologically, I think, of the human race. This is one of these things that these transhumanists, AI optimists, I never hear them talking about this. They think, oh, it'll be available for everyone. Really? Somehow I doubt this. Maybe they just know something that I don't know, or more likely, they don't know something that the rest of us people with common sense do know. But I think that's on the way. Population profiling, all the Minority Report stuff, predictive modeling, based on your web profile, based on your consumer behavior, probably based on much, much more that we're not even thinking of. You know, right now there's Google Ads. They'll customize the ads to the keywords in your email. You know, they do that. What's interesting is that you have to assume that someone somewhere has got the complete profile of you somewhere. You don't have access to it. Wouldn't that be nice? It is entirely possible, probable, that there are agencies that have a personality profile of you so that in a sense they might know you better than you know yourself, because they have access to metadata and patterns that you are generating that you do not have access to. It's a bit galling when you really think about it. Well, I think that type of knowledge will only increase, not decrease. Facial voice recognition, so be able to identify. This is already, so they're so far ahead already. Where we're moving, who knows? To be able to identify you by facial recognition technology, voice recognition. I have no idea how advanced they are. I'm assuming pretty darned advanced. Then with insect drones and more, essentially the capability of comprehensive, complete, total surveillance. If it's not here now, get ready, it's on the way. Mind-reading technologies, this is, I guess I was talking about this a little earlier, the kind of virtual telepathy, mind-reading. It's probably not simply through understanding words coming through brain waves, but I think probably much more in terms of body language. And I think there's all kinds of algorithms that are being developed right now to be able to read people accurately, you know. And then virtual entities, machine intelligence, robots. All of this is being openly discussed. And all of this is in a future that, for most of us, we'll be able to see this in the next 10, 20 years. So that's what we're moving toward. Now let's shift gears a little bit. Because that was really, none of that was UFO related. But it was interesting, and I think it is part of the picture that disclosure will affect disclosure. So let's go back to disclosure of UFOs. So if we lived in a truly representative democratic system, in theory you could work within that system. This was the assumption of American researchers back in the 50s, when they actually believed in their system of government. I mean, Americans really, probably Australians too, Americans really believed in the 1950s that they had a truly great representative democratic system. And UFO researchers at that time, people like Donald E. Kehoe and others, were trying to petition Congress back then to obtain open recognition of the UFO reality. Their attitude, it was a logical attitude based on their assumptions, which is that Congress is the arm of the people. We elect them. They are our voice. They are our representatives. We're going to have Congress then to discuss this openly so that we can have a proper national conversation about it. And in fact, there were attempts back in the 50s and 60s to have this happen, and of course it never did happen. Well, I think we understand now why it didn't happen, because they were going on an assumption that we had a representative system, but even then, the system was not particularly representative when it came to this. So now we're in a different place in 2016. Now we recognize, yeah, we don't really have a representative system, do we? It's kind of a fake representative system. I mean, everything around us is kind of fake. Our food, our news, our politics, it really is fake. And in the representative system, it's a system that poses as representative, but it isn't. What is it actually? Hard to say. There was a very good study out of one of the American Ivy League schools, I think Princeton or Harvard, maybe Yale, one of those three, that statistically indicated, I think demonstrated, that the U.S. is an oligarchy. They did a study of laws that were passed, who those laws were designed for. It's always the super wealthy. It's never for the ordinary people. Yes, the U.S. is an oligarchy, no question about it. It's more than an oligarchy. It has moved toward a form of fascism. And I realize that's a loaded word. If you're looking at fascism 1930s style, then I would say no. It's not an in-your-face fascism. It's not like with the brown shirts or the black shirts and they're, doing this and they're marching down the street letting you know you're in a fascist state. No, it's not that obvious. We've gone a long road since the 1930s. Fascism today is going to look a lot sexier, a lot more fun, a lot more entertainment-oriented. They're not going to call it fascism. Of course they're not going to call it fascism. Here's a question that I came up with a while ago. Can you live in a fascist society and not know it? Yeah, of course you can. I call it invisible fascism. I think it is kind of an invisible thing. So we're in an authoritarian type of system in one way. And if you're in such a system, how do you obtain governmental disclosure? Are you able to work within that system? I would say probably not. And I say this having participated in a number of events, including the citizens' hearing on disclosure about 3 years ago in Washington, D.C. I was very proud to be part of that. I'm glad that I was part of it, but that didn't mean then and doesn't mean now that I think that simply going into Washington and talking to official government people, that this is going to make a difference. I participated in that event because I believed that it would have an important cultural ripple effect. I still believe that it will. That's why I did it. So I'll come back to authoritarianism and disclosure. Right now, let's shift and ask, how does the secrecy work internationally? It's easy for American researchers to focus on the U.S. side of it. The U.S. really is the seat of the empire, and I think it is the core of the secrecy. But this is a global phenomenon, and it affects nations around the world. It affects everybody. The phenomenon is encountered everywhere, and governments and militaries around the world deal with it. So how is it that this secret is contained on an international level? I used to ask myself this question many times. I think that I have made some progress in understanding this. So this is my answer. At the top of our little food chain, we have a transnational financial and political elite. We've heard about these people. They have their own ways of meeting and getting together, whether it's in open places like the Aspen Institute in Aspen, Colorado, or the Bilderberg meetings, infamously, or any number of other private country club style get-togethers of the shakers and movers of the world. Those people who, the top 1% of the 1% of the 1%. In the U.S., we like to talk about the top 1%. You probably heard this. It is true in the U.S., the top 1% of wealth owners own 42% of national wealth. So that's a lot. But the top 10% of them own 22% of the total wealth. So the top 10% of the 1% own more than half of the rest of that 1%. So it's a very, very top-heavy ownership of wealth. And I think this is the case worldwide. So that is an elite. These people all know each other, of course. And what do you think their agenda is? Well, this is why they get together. They look at a world of 200 sovereign nations. They think, well, that's kind of messy. We know what's best for the world. And we'll get together and we'll sort of set our agenda. And we'll see how we'll make sure this happens over a period of time, the things that we want. And I think that is exactly what happens. Within that, they go primarily through the U.S., not solely, but the U.S. is their main tool. Why? The U.S. has the most powerful military on the planet. The U.S. has the most entrenched and labyrinthian black budget system. The National Reconnaissance Office, the NSA, and all the other classified agencies, some of which I am convinced have not been officially announced to this day. Working with them through partnerships with other nations, such as Australia is a key one. Australia, of course, is part of the infamous Five Eyes network, and I think there's much more collaboration going on. Maybe after this event, we could all take a little trip to Pine Gap and knock on some doors. Just kidding. I don't think we'll get very far. But anyway, I think the way it works is that you have the U.S. is the conduit through which most of this control is exercised. If you look at, let me just check this next slide. Now, let me go back here. So if you look at, let's say, global military spending. So the United States is by far the world's leader in military spending. The U.S. spends about 40% of the entire military budget of the world. One country, the U.S. Second and third are China and Russia. They are way behind, although China is doing a pretty good job of trying to catch up. China's at 8%, Russia's at 3% of global military spending. And Russia's in third place. And then you've got nations like Britain, Saudi Arabia, Israel, they're all in the top 10. Probably Turkey, a few others. There are, of the top nations in the world, nearly, in terms of military spending, nearly all, except Russia and China, are U.S. partner states. Maybe you'll say vassal states, but they're under really the domination of the United States. The U.S. and its allies control about 85% of global military spending. So, and the fact is, though, these other nations, they're not going to disclose anything without the U.S. signing off on it. There's no chance. Think about, just recently with Edward Snowden's revelations, it became known that Angela Merkel of Germany, Dilma Rousseff of Brazil, that their cell phones were being monitored by the NSA. So all of that came out. Dilma Rousseff, of course, has been ousted in a Wall Street financial soft coup. Wish I could talk more about that, but so let's say Dilma Rousseff a few years ago wanted to disclose the reality of UFOs. She would know that her phone was being monitored by NSA. She would know that all of her emails were being monitored by NSA. She would know that all of her ministers and advisors were being monitored by the NSA, because that's what they do. So she would know that if she were to plan a Brazilian disclosure, she would have to do it. The NSA would know every step of the way what she was about to do. Not a good position to be in. So if she were to plan a disclosure, she'd have to be really careful. Have meetings out in the middle of the fields with pencils and paper, maybe. I don't know how you do it. I think it would be impossible to plan it out without the U.S. knowing. And if they found out, of course, they'd do a regime change on it, which in fact they did for other reasons, to bring the IMF in. So it's a very difficult thing. These national leaders they don't have leeway. They don't have the independence of action. It's not going to happen. Why else would nations remain silent? Well, as I was just saying, most of them, other than China and Russia and a couple of others, are under U.S. domination. Then there's bribery, the great undiscussed reality of our global political world. Bribery is endemic. Politicians are bought off constantly, and they're also, on the other side of it, blackmailed and monitored and surveilled and threatened. This is my opinion on what happened in Greece. I was just chatting with some friends last night about this. Tsipras and the Syriza party of Greece. The Greek people just a little over a year ago voted. Was it? No, about a year. What is this? Early? Yeah, a little over a year ago, right? They voted to leave the EU by more than 60%. More than 60%. And the government there had gone on a platform of basically, not buckling down to the austerity measures that were being forced down their throats by the European Central Bank and so on. And what happened? The day after the referendum, the government completely turned around in the only way to describe it is a total betrayal of the population of Greece. And I'd had a lot of conversations with some Greek friends in the aftermath of that, and their attitude and mine was that undoubtedly blackmail was involved, threats were involved. It's hard for people to understand how that government could so blatantly betray the wishes of the nation, but they did. But I think blackmail is very widespread. William Binney, who's a genuine whistleblower in the United States, a high-level NSA whistleblower, double amputee, was pulled out of the shower at one point at gunpoint by U.S. FBI. He's a real person with a real background, and I consider him a hero. He had stated at one point that if you get to a certain level in American politics, you'll have a sit-down with one of the three-letter agencies, FBI, CIA, whatever, and they'll let you know every little thing that you've done in your life that you should not have done, and they've got all the information on you, and it's all about control, and they'll destroy you. And just as a side thought, this might be one reason why we hear all of these rumors of the elite doing some really awful, awful behaviors personally. I really sometimes wonder if those behaviors are encouraged for those elite so that they can be easily controlled and blackmailed. I'm going to suspect the answer is yes. So anyway, this is one reason why nations do remain silent. Another reason they remain silent is that most just don't have any specific knowledge of the phenomenon. There's only really the top 10 nations, again, back to military spending, have, I think, 80% of the global military spending is in the top 10 spenders. They have a substantial national security infrastructure. They have a substantial intelligence community. The rest of the nations really don't have much, except what the US might let them have. So I don't really think they have a lot of information on it to work with. And I think the last reason they've remained silent is simply fear. Fear of US, fear of the transformation, fear of the unknown. I think there's a lot of reasons that they would be quiet. And that covers many of the nations on the planet, but not Russia and China. So what about Russia and China? They're outside the US sphere of domination. And, you know, they might make their own decisions to talk about this at one point or another. So let's talk a little bit about them. In the case of Russia, clearly there is a long known history of UFO encounters in Russia. Every bit as dramatic as any other nation on Earth, Russia has had them. They have had jet encounters with, inexplicably advanced objects. They've had crash retrievals. And they have had many confirmed statements from senior officials. These are some of them right here. Dmitry Medvedev, who's currently the #2 man in Russia next to Putin, back in 2012 in Davos, made a very interesting statement, which I don't think he was making a joke about it. All the Western media tried to portray it that way. Pavel Popovich, a legendary cosmonaut, talked very, very candidly about the UFO reality within the Soviet Union. Igor Maltsev and Ivan Tretyak were both top-level defense officials in the Soviet Union during the early 90s, at the end of the Soviet era. Both of them made incredibly provocative, candid statements about the reality of UFOs. This is something that the Russians have been dealing with. In the case of China, we know a lot less. This is a picture of Dr. Sun Shi. He was at the citizen hearing in 2013. I got to meet him briefly. He speaks Chinese and Spanish. He was Mao Zedong's Spanish translator back in the 70s. My Spanish is pretty bad, so I was really not as easily able to communicate with him. He did an interview a year or two ago with Open Minds. You can watch it on their channel. It's very interesting. What he said is that China has a long history of UFO sightings. There are some other Chinese researchers, a fellow named Paul Dong, who wrote some books on China back in the 80s. We do know a few things. According to Dr. Shealy, there was a possible crash of a UFO in China in 1951. He described in this interview with Open Minds a major border incident in 1999 that concerned Chinese officials. This was a UFO. And according to him, in his conversations with Chinese military, they don't know if they consider UFOs to be a threat or not, but they were willing to talk with him a little bit about it, and we don't really have a lot more information. I would like to know more about the Chinese situation in terms of this. What I would say, this is Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, of leaders of Russia and China. I don't think it's any easier for those two nations, as opposed to the US or any other country, to disclose this subject in reality. Look at energy. Russia and China are both, especially Russia, heavily dependent on the export of natural gas and oil for their economic survival. In theory, if you disclose the reality of UFOs, that doesn't mean that we're going to go off petroleum immediately. But my assumption is that it is an inevitability that once this secret is out, it will not take long for scientists and people to realize, there's a non-petroleum solution to propulsion. Because after all, if you acknowledge that UFOs are real, that means you're acknowledging the reality of many of these reports that show objects zipping, zigzagging, instantly accelerating. They're not using high-octane petroleum. I think we can assume that. They're using something better. Whether it's zero-point energy, whether it's nuclear fusion, or who knows what else. But the answer is there, and we'll find it. Once the secret is out, we'll find it. And bye-bye petroleum as the main infrastructure. And it's highly disruptive to Russia and China as well as to the rest of the world. It's disruptive. I think it might be most disruptive to the US, but I think it would be disruptive everywhere. I have wondered if Putin in particular, I mean, Russia is under absolute assault by the United States. It is an undeclared war that the United States has had against Russia. And the rhetoric recently, particularly by Hillary Clinton, has just been utterly insane in its Russophobic nature, absolutely unrealistic, and designed almost, I would say, to initiate hostilities. I don't know what else she's trying to do. But even aside from her, the U.S. elites are definitely in a highly confrontational mode with Russia these days. And I've wondered if Putin would, what options would he have if he's pushed to the wall? Does he have secrets on the U.S. that he would reveal? 9/11, UFOs. I wonder. I don't really know what he would plan to do. Not really sure. But I suspect, I'm only speculating, I wouldn't presume to know what he's thinking, that he wouldn't undertake it lightly at all. We might ask, this is me meandering here at the bottom, to what extent are Russia and China truly independent? And what I mean is there an agency that's beyond them, that they are being controlled by? If you look at the situation geopolitically, they seem to be pretty independent, but they are tied into a global financial community to a large extent as well. All of the nations on this planet are dependent, interdependent. And is it the case that if there is a presence of an other that's been here for a long time, it is worth asking, even if I can't answer, is there an agency that is working behind the scenes in the human power structure? And if so, why would they limit themselves to the Western countries? I don't really have an answer to this, but I have a lot of questions. I would say I don't believe that Russia or Chinese are going to disclose this anytime soon. I suppose it's possible, but I'm thinking no. That would be my guess. So back to the rest of the world. There is a power elite on this planet. They're interested in more than simply managing the UFO secret. So we have to look at the UFO secret as part of a larger picture. What do they want to do? This is what they want to do. They want to own every single thing on this planet that's worth owning. They want to complete the process of globalization. Currently, we hear talk about TTIP and TPP and CETA and so on. These are transnational agreements, we're told. Basically, they're agreements hashed out by top-level corporations and their lawyers. You and I have no input on this, obviously. And it is a legal structure by which corporations will have the dominant power and ability for all time. That's the way they're trying to work it out. They will prevent nations from enacting laws that go against their profitability. If you want to enact labor laws or environmental laws, corporations will legally be able to sue your city or your country for passing these laws that might impinge on their profitability. This whole system is being put into place, or they're trying to put it into place, and shove it right down our throats. They want total financial control. And essentially, and this is led by the United States, but all of its allies as well, creating a new global political paradigm. That's what it's all about. This is American information. I don't know how the Australian situation is. I can tell you that in America, the middle class has been disemboweled, been scooped out over the last 20 years. It's a horrible thing. I've watched it happen. Americans, they're in a tough spot these days. Half the people in my country make less than $30,000 a year. That's not a lot of money. 25% have a negative net worth. We've got the trade agreements, we've got globalization, the robo-apocalypse, which you've heard that phrase maybe. So it's not the Terminator coming to kill you, it's just the robots coming to take your jobs. I often wonder, how are people going to make a living? What will people do? This is a big backdrop of what's going on. And, I was referring to this a little earlier. This is U.S. wealth in 2014. So the top 0.1% own 22% of national wealth, and you can see how it works out. The bottom 90% share 23% of the wealth in my country. I don't know the Australian numbers. I'm going to guess maybe not that different, maybe a little bit better, I don't know. So that's our future. Within that type of a situation, this is what we're looking at. That's actually Seattle, 1999. In American history, that's the mother of all protests. It was a great one. I sometimes wonder that it was a trigger for 9/11 when I think about it now. Back in 1999, the World Trade Organization, the WTO, came to meet in Seattle at the end of that year, and with the intention of enacting yet more pernicious, perfidious legislation and laws that were further designed to scoop out my country. And in that case, 40,000 or more people in the city of Seattle organized, and they shut that city down. They shut it down. Tear gas didn't work, pepper spray didn't work. That's what they did. They just stood there. And they actually prevented attendees from the WTO from getting into the building. It was an amazing moment in American history. I'm proud of it. But what happened in the aftermath of that, of course, is 18 or 20 months later, the hammer came down, 9/11 happened, boom, and people suddenly had to realize they didn't have rights anymore. We passed the USA Patriot Act, and everyone just ducked their head and pretended not to be noticed anymore. And they all learned that they were being emailed, surveilled, that they're getting facial recognition. If they go to a protest in the future, they're photographed, they're in a database. And this is the norm now in my country, probably here too. So this is what we're moving toward by degrees. So what they're trying to create is a new system of royalty. That's how I see it. And by the way, you don't have to sneak into a Bilderberg meeting to see this. Go in the U.S. to the Aspen Institute in Colorado. They're very open about it. They use politically correct language to describe it, but this all the same people, and they talk about the agenda there too. They want to formalize what we can call a breakaway financial structure. I talked a little bit about this. Back in the 90s it was NAFTA and GATT. Now it's TPP and TTIP. Transnational legal structures that take power away from people and give it to corporations. The end of nations, we see this. Poor Greece. With friends like what Greece has, who needs enemies, right? Ukraine, Syria. Nations that are outside the system as is being devised are set for destruction. You have an undeclared war by the US, EU, NATO, IMF against the holdouts, basically the BRICS alliance, which prompts the need for what I would say as false flags, regime change, propaganda, mind control, population control, you name it. Now, we've gone a little far from UFOs, but let's bring it back. Do the power elite also have long-standing esoteric knowledge? Do they have access to secret technology? Do they understand the implications of the extraterrestrial presence, or let's say the probable extraterrestrial presence on planet Earth? I think some of them do. I absolutely believe that. And what is their relationship to these other beings? Don't know exactly. Are they vassals? Are they willing participants? Are they secretly fighting like in a Hollywood movie? I don't really know. I suspect it's not the latter, but people are different, and maybe there are different factions involved. I used to think that there was 1, then 2, then 3, now 4 disclosure scenarios that I'm going to lay out here for you. The first one, I think, is their preferred one. I call it fascist disclosure. So I think of our situation in this world as we're in like a great race. It's us against our handlers, our elites. What do I mean by that? So in the last 20 years, we've developed a World Wide Web. We've developed Facebook, Skype, interconnectivity of all types, sharing of information, the Pirate Bay, the ability to share technology, all of these tools at our disposal that have truly revolutionized our civilization. If you're old enough to think back of 20 years ago, you know how radically different. 30 years ago. We're in a completely different place now in terms of our ability to get information. That's a problem for those people who want to control us. Their solution to it is simple. Control the web, censor the web, turn the web into television, commercialize it, dumb it down, and this is underway. Another problem is the sharing of new ideas and technology. One of my pet little fantasy projects would be some bright person, they've already done this, I'm certain of it, would come up with a really good, interesting, free energy device. I was lucky, I met some alternative energy people. I did a conference a number of years ago, and I saw just how interesting and brilliant a lot of these people were. I don't know that all of their ideas were legitimate, but I suspect a few of them probably were. I do believe that it's very likely that some smart altruistic person, maybe they're watching this on YouTube right now, that they will upload a CAD version of their free energy device. Wouldn't that be nice? Put it up on the web, on the next generation of the future Pirate Bay, where you, with your next generation 3D printer, maybe you could download it and then go off the grid. Maybe that's a little bit simplistic, but I don't see that as an impossibility. That's just one little tool that we could have at our disposal to increase our own power as people. Well, I think that that's a problem. So what is happening? Well, this is, I think, one of the things behind TPP and TTIP and the transnational agreements. It's to make it impossible even for someone in some other country, if they have a invention that goes against classified technology in one way or another, that they would be prevented through intellectual property rights and so on from pursuing that. I think there's a movement underway to control all aspects of the web to prevent, the whole, prevention of illegal downloading of files and so forth. All of this, there's a lot of reasons that this is in place, but this is one element, is to prevent us from sharing breakthrough technology. So it's our job, I feel, to achieve our breakthroughs before the whole system is just slammed down on us. That's the race. Will we get to the finish line before they do? Another problem is simply, as I was talking earlier, fewer and fewer meaningful jobs, at least in my country. That creates a lot of restive people, unhappy people. Well, there's a solution to that, easy. You create a police state, monitor and intimidate them for the rest of all time. That's happening. So again, the question is, who's going to get to the finish line first? For my current book that I'm working on, which is about false flags, I developed a theory, what I call the propaganda spectrum. I don't want to go into the whole thing here with you, but it is interesting, and you might find it interesting. So what I feel is there are levels of mind control that we are all subject to, and they go in this kind of order. We start with cultural values. That is, you go to school, you learn values of, in America, you pledge allegiance to the flag with your hand over your heart, and you learn to become a good citizen. It's like that in all countries. You learn to inculcate the basic values of your society. That's level number one of mind control. And I'm not even saying that that's a bad thing to inculcate cultural values, but it creates the process of cultural conformity. And then level two will be what I call cultural distractions. That is the Kardashian phenomenon. Look at this little shiny trinket. Your world is being stolen from under your feet, but look at this over here. Isn't that interesting? Oh, the Cubs just won the World Series. How wonderful. And all of these distractions that it's like those shell games in New York City on the sidewalks where the guy's got the little shells and you're looking over here and shoop, oh no, it's under that shell there. It's a shell game to cause us to look the wrong way. That's level two. And then for those people who want to pretend that they're being informed in this world, they'll go to turn on the TV news or read the daily newspaper. In America, that'd be like the New York Times, or watch CNN, and of course then become hopelessly forever confused about the world, because what those institutions never do is actually clarify. They only work as a series of obfuscators on behalf of a ruling elite. I know that sounds radical, but well, I don't know what else you can say. I mean, it's a system of creating reality by omission and of spin and indeed lies, out and out lies. So I think those three levels of control suffice for probably 95 or more % of the mind control that goes on in our society. But then beyond that, some stronger medicines are sometimes needed to keep people in line. Covert ops, provocations, regime change for those countries that don't behave well. We got to switch them out. What I call shock doctrine opportunism. This is taken from a very excellent book by the American writer Naomi Klein called The Shock Doctrine. I highly recommend it. What she argues is that elites rule by trauma. So, if they're imposing a globalist neoliberal corporate agenda on you, that's an anti-human agenda, sure is. And the only way to make it, the only way to get it passed is by traumatizing you. So she wasn't, as far as I could read her, saying that they create false flags like 9/11, but she was saying that catastrophes are then used to enact these draconian laws, whether in America in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, which was very bad indeed for us, or 9/11, or other horrible things that happen. There is then this opportunistic, this evil opportunism that elites would then use to, when you're in a state of trauma, expecting the state to help you out, they will come in with solutions. We'll privatize and corporatize the entire city of New Orleans after Katrina, or we'll create a national security apparatus that will spy on you for your safety for all time after 9/11, that type of thing. I think she's right, but I do think there's a step further, and there are actual moments in which false flags, that is, manufactured events, are created to frighten the public and to terrify them into obedience in order to pass horrific laws that could not otherwise be passed, or to invade countries that could not otherwise be justified, and on and on and on. I think that is a big, big part of the world we live in. I look at false flags as the most severe form of propaganda, but it's a form of propaganda nonetheless. It's just a lot stronger medicine. And the last thing I'll just say, this isn't a false flag lecture here, but I look at false flags as they're very dangerous to do. They're very risky. They can go wrong. And so there's only a few nations that really can do them. Nations that have great covert ops teams, and nations that have domination over global media. You have to have that. And nations that have the motivation for enacting dramatic change that they have to find ways of justifying. There's only a very small handful, and they are led by the United States. The U.S. gets the gold medal in the false flag Olympics by far. So this is still disclosure scenario number one, fascist disclosure. I showed this image in the other lecture. Moving toward disclosure, because we're moving into an anti-human world, I feel that those elites who are benefiting from this feel that they must create a global police state. I don't think they see any other way around it. They're not looking to create a good future for you and me. They are looking to create a great future for themselves. Relating to this little sticky issue of UFOs, I think, as I said earlier, that a rebranding could very well be underway by public leaders as a way to redirect, deflect difficult potential investigations and soften the impact of disclosure. With a UFO disclosure like that, you can maintain total domination over global intellectual life. The end game for these people, let's look 20 years ahead in the aftermath of a disclosure situation that may occur in 20 years. Well, there'll also be a few other things in this world in 20 years. Advanced artificial intelligence, quantum computing, complete DNA control, a lot of these other things, that I discussed earlier. A class-based transhumanism, fun times. Total control and surveillance over you. A good life for some, a bad life for the rest of us. And I think then, and only then would those secret keepers voluntarily reveal this information. I believe they will never, ever do it until this is secure, so that there's no true competition from their narrative by people like you and me. Then they would reveal some of the breakaway technology. Then they would disclose within I know, it's really not a fun picture. Within a virtual fascist 24/7 surveillance society. And I wonder if I created a slide for this next thought that I have in my mind. No. So let me just take a moment here while you're looking at our friendly zombies. You ever wonder why are zombies such a big thing in mass culture these days? I wonder. Jim Mars wanted to title one of his books. He wasn't allowed to do it by his publisher, so I may steal it one day. He wanted to title one of his books Zombie Nation. I thought, what a great title. And he was going to write about the fact that we're all being turned into like these mini zombies, not just being drugged through pharmaceuticals, but through news and through everything else. I really like that title. And I wonder, is this why the zombies are becoming so big on TV? But what I did want to mention is, in the context of that type of a disclosure, in the context of this awful dystopian society, if that's what happens, it would be very possible to, let's assume that there's a mountain of UFO data that is available within the classified world. There is, I think. And so how would you, if you were disclosing this, would you disclose all of that? I hardly would think so. Would you disclose a little sliver of this, a sliver that would accord with your personal political agenda? Maybe something that would, you give a little bit of the information out. It's true, but it's only partial. Because what the U.S. is absolutely expert at doing is spin and propaganda. They're the best. I think the U.S. propaganda system is the best in the world, bar none. They know how to spin, spin, spin. And so if you give a little bit of sliver of information, it would be true, but it would be misleading or very incomplete. You could design it to maximize fear without going into full-blown panic, because you may not want that, but just frighten people enough so that they come running to the state for protection. That's the false flag relating to UFOs that I'm worried about. I'm not worried about a blue beam false alien invasion scenario. I don't really believe that that's practical. But I do believe that disclosure itself could be a kind of false flag. That's the concern. So that's I think the preferred disclosure for them, not for us. Disclosure scenario number 2. This is actually the theme of AD after disclosure, what I would now call premature disclosure. You can see what I think it might look like right there. What do I mean by this? So something unexpected happens. A leak, a crisis, a mass sighting, something that occurs that forces the hand of those secret keepers. Maybe Russia comes out and just says, yep, it's real. What are you going to do about it now, Washington? I don't know. There's things that could happen where in an unpredictable world where the unexpected might be expected. It could be that the U.S. policy right now for global destruction backfires, and it is a policy for global destruction. What if there's an economic crisis that reaches the Western world in which the rats jump a sinking ship? And in those types of situations, leaks occur. Dangerous leaks will always occur in times of political crisis. Happened during Watergate in America. It happened at the end of the Soviet Union when that country was breaking apart. It happened in China when Mao died. A lot of UFO secrets spilled out at that time. When there's major regime change and transitions, you can look for leaks. And if there's a crisis that occurs in the Western world, it's certainly possible that there could be a UFO-related leak that would come in an unexpected way and might be too difficult to spin in the desired way. If that were to happen, you could certainly count on elites and government officials to do their best to spin and lie, just like in fascist disclosure, as I was talking about. But I think there could be a real potential upheaval because, we're not fully zombified yet. We're not fully brainwashed. We do still have freedom and an ability to have independent conversations amongst ourselves. And so we're not all simply going to roll over and accept blindly what we are told. And in that situation, there'd be a lot of angry people who will want to know why the government lied to them for all these years. And not everyone is completely obedient to the government. Not everyone's simply going to roll over and accept it. So there could be a lot of political unrest if disclosure happens in an unexpected, kind of a startling way. And it would lead to other questions too, by the way. In the US, guaranteed, there would be people, it would re-energize the 9/11 debate. It would, even something like the JFK assassination or the reality of underground bases or chemtrails or you name it. People would say, you lied about UFOs, let's see what else you're lying about. Not everyone would simply take all of this from the government at face value, in other words, and it would cause a great amount of political unrest. And, you know, I've often speculated, well, we had Occupy Wall Street a few years ago. What about Occupy Area 51? I would like to see that. Occupy Pine Gap. Could it happen? Why not? If people are angry enough and energized enough, yes, it could happen. This was the theme of After Disclosure, primarily. That was how my co-author and I looked at disclosure at that time. Now, there's another scenario. Oh, wait a second. This isn't... this... Did I not save this? Okay, here we go. I needed to get rid of that slide. Insider disclosure. This is scenario number 3. I've just been tweaking this presentation, and I made a little mistake on the previous slide there. So this is the third. So, you know, there's a long history of insiders and activists who have tried to end UFO secrecy. There's Donald Keyhoe on the left, Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, first director of the CIA. French Minister of Defense, Robert Gallet of the 1950s. I don't know if I would really qualify him as a true insider activist, but in the 1950s he did make a very, very provocative statement on the reality of UFOs, absolutely. There's an American physicist, James McDonald, a very great man in the history of UFOs. More recently, we've had, you know, the 2001 Disclosure Project. We had the citizen hearing on disclosure, some of those images there. There's been a long history of, you know, there's the former astronaut Edgar Mitchell who talked for many years about his knowledge of how Roswell and ET technology was in fact real. I spoke with Edgar Mitchell about this. I tried to get the specific names of individuals that he talked with. I do know one of them, I figured out pretty much on my own, was Admiral Thomas R. Wilson, former position J2 in the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs back in the late 90s. I believe Mitchell had other sources as well who confirmed to him the reality of the UFO phenomenon. There's a number of them. And now, currently, we have this very interesting development with John Podesta, Blink-182 lead singer Tom DeLonge. I got to meet Tom a couple of years ago. I liked him very much. And the conversations that, and communications that DeLonge has had with Podesta, all of these have now recently been coming out through WikiLeaks. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. These 3 gentlemen on the left are the individuals that DeLonge has indeed been communicating with, cultivating, what have you. They've cultivated him, for all I know. They've been in detailed communication about the UFO reality and, in fact, the reality, apparently, of crash retrievals. That seems to be what they've discussed. How alien tech made its way to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at the research laboratories. The general on the far left is Major General William N. McCasland, who was from, I think, 2011 to 2013, not long ago, ran the U.S. Air Force Research Laboratory at Wright-Pat. This is the same laboratory that would have had Roswell tech back in the 40s. Man in the center, Major General Michael Carey of U.S. Space Command. He was very high level there. And the gentleman next to him, Robert Weiss, which I believe he is still, if I'm not mistaken, head of Lockheed Skunk Works. All of these people were communicating with Tom DeLonge. Tom communicated with John Podesta earlier this year in 2016, in January of 2016. And those emails are now available. They are very interesting. Essentially what you get out of it, my take on it, I haven't read them all, I've read some of them, I've read as much as I'm able to read, I suppose, is that Tom DeLonge is trying to essentially bring Podesta up to date and presumably get John Podesta to have some kind of forward motion on disclosure of UFOs in connection with these generals and high-powered people. How far Podesta has been willing to go has not been clear to me from any of these emails, how willing he has been. The impression you get is that Podesta, they had a Google Hangout earlier in the year. We don't know what was said at that Google Hangout, but based on follow-up emails, one gets the idea that Podesta says something like, well, I'll look into this and I'll get back to you. And because one of the emails was, I think, from Tom Dolan saying, any news yet? How's it going? And so forth. So that seems to be the case. There's not a lot else that has come out of this. There are some people who believe that John Podesta, of course, who is Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, is committed to open government and disclosure. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know John Podesta, and I wouldn't presume. For my part, I have a very difficult time believing that there's going to be a true and open disclosure of this phenomenon. I do believe that Tom DeLonge is sincere and legitimate in what he's trying to do. And I like what he's trying to do, as far as I can tell. But does that mean that the power structure is willing to promote disclosure? Everyone knows that Podesta has talked openly about his belief in UFOs and about disclosure and so on. What I've never been able to understand, maybe one day he can tell me if he decides, is to understand why he just thinks that anyone in the political structure can disclose the reality of UFOs without a revolution occurring in the aftermath. I don't see it. Not yet. Total control over this narrative is not in place yet. And there would be way too many questions. To think that you can do this, to think that Hillary Clinton, is going to disclose the truth about UFOs, I'm not buying it. I don't believe it. I have friends and colleagues who believe that not only might Hillary disclose the truth about UFOs, but that even Barack Obama might do it before the end of his term. And I just ask these people, what are you smoking? I'd like to try some of that, because I just can't see it. For his legacy, one individual said, and no, I don't believe it at all. I did actually say in an interview earlier this year that I was asked, well, maybe Obama would want to do it to beat out Putin or the Chinese. And I said, wow, now that you mentioned it, I would actually rather see Putin disclose than America. And I think I really would. I think if America were to disclose the truth, or the reality of UFOs as America wants it to be seen, it would be deceptive. And I do say, and I say this as an American who loves the history of my country, who studied it in great detail, but I think that America has betrayed its heritage, and I think that America has worked more toward the establishment of true evil and true destruction on this planet. And for global leaders like Hillary Clinton or her clone, Dick Cheney, and all of the other Americans who have been running U.S. policy for the past couple of generations, I don't want these people to disclose to us. I think that they're the worst people and the wrong people to do the disclosure. I would rather see an outsider. It's my own opinion. But I actually don't see them doing it. I don't see this happening. I see no motivation at this time right now. Yes, they talk about it, and I wonder, why do they talk about it? Is it a way to let off some steam? Is it a way to get the UFO vote? The UFO phenomenon is much more publicly acceptable today than it was 20, 30 years ago. And it's not really such this horrible, shameful thing to say, oh yes, I'm interested in UFOs. A lot of people are interested in UFOs. And it could very well be a very, very deft political move to just talk about it. You'd be one of the cool kids, talk about UFOs. I think it could be that simple and that crass a strategy. I do not believe that there's going to be any type of true openness. The U.S. government under whether they're a Democrat or Republican administration, has done nothing but lie to the world about everything that's important. I don't see any reason that they would be any more truthful about UFOs, especially when they have so much to lose. So the last disclosure scenario, and by the way, let me just say, insider disclosure, it certainly can happen. I mean, there are always going to be well-meaning insiders who want this information out. And if any of them are listening, I would encourage them to do their work and to continue pushing for this, having those quiet conversations that need to be had in order to promote and push this topic to get out. I think we're better served by having an openness on this discussion, even if it's a partial truth. Again, it gives us the opportunity to open that door further. And I think an insider disclosure is a possibility. And it may be. Far be it from me to dismiss what Tom DeLonge is doing with John Podesta. If they can have something positive come out of it, then I would applaud their efforts for sure. I just am not of the opinion that it's going to come to fruition. That's my opinion. So then the fourth disclosure scenario is what I would call people-driven disclosure. I think I talked about this a little bit earlier today, I think at the other lecture. I think the biggest vehicle for change in our world is cultural transformation. I think that it's only through a mass cultural change that we can actually drive kind of realignment of the politics of this subject. I feel, I still have this as disclosure scenario number 3, forgive me. So, but I think, going back to this idea of what's happening with globalization, with the kind of creation of a global fascist state, the danger is that we end up feeling helpless. We feel a loss of our own power. And so for me, it's just as important for us to reclaim the disclosure process, for us to reclaim our own power and to reject the feeling of helplessness. There have been studies again and again of rats in the little cages, and when you don't allow a rat to have control over its environment, so if a rat gets a shock at random times and so forth, they shut down. Well, people do too. So if we start to realize that we have no ability to drive our own future, we shut down, and it does bad things to us. So we can't let that happen. And the only way to do it, I think, is by reclaiming our own ability and our own bravery. I believe that what we need to do is support groups that publish good information, whether on UFOs or not, whether that includes WikiLeaks or good UFO research, whether here or anywhere else in the world. I do, personally, I like to opt out of the system whenever I can. One thing that I did for years is I homeschooled my children. It was a very good experience for me, and by the way, my kids turned out very well. I'm proud of them. At times, they're a little too independently minded for my taste, but that's what happens. I do feel that that's not the only thing that you could do. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just saying there are different tactics that we can take to create our own sense of independence from the system around us. I think that we should be publicly minded, not privately minded. That means citizen action. This is one of my problems with the New Age movement, by the way, which I sometimes see as a type of an operation against us. There was a great writer recently deceased named Dave McGowan who wrote about the hippie generation. Go check out the strange but mostly true story of Laurel Canyon and the birth of the hippie generation. There's a title. It's on the web. It's brilliant. He does an analysis of the 1960s and essentially argues, persuasively in my opinion, that the hippie generation was a creation to some extent of U.S. Naval Intelligence and CIA as a way to derail the active peace movement that was then a danger to the structure of power. And instead of getting into peace activism, they got into sex and drugs and rock and roll and kind of lost their focus. I think of the New Age movement as in some ways very analogous to that. The whole idea of keeping out negative thoughts. I don't want to think of negative thoughts. I don't want to give power to the negativity, this type of thing. I think is very silly and very foolish. When there's a war being waged against you by this many people to own everything that's worth owning, that's a war. And the response to that is not to visualize world peace, The response to that is actually to fight them and to make sure that they don't get what they're trying to get. So that means that we have to organize. Anger is an appropriate response. As long as you don't get consumed by it, it's totally appropriate. So what I mean is citizen action, not private navel gazing, but actually actively working. We need to do that, and we need to do that in terms of the UFO subject. Support a free web, and don't be afraid to inspire people. Someone asked me just before this lecture what was my attitude about how to talk about this subject in public without being afraid of the ridicule. And I don't really have a simple answer to it. I do have a simple answer to it. It's, suck it up and be brave. And don't overreach. Know what you know. Don't be afraid. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Someone thinks that you're silly. I realize some of you have jobs, unlike me. I don't really worry about being employed, so it's easy for me to say this. But, we all have opportunities to be brave. We all have opportunities to speak about this. And that's really how the cultural change takes place. Most people, we don't have much of an understanding of ourselves, much less somebody else. So if someone wants to judge you, ultimately, what does it really matter? Who cares? Speak the truth, be brave, and by doing that, I find that you find power within you that you really didn't know you have. I really believe that is the truth. And you transform yourself as well as your society. Any kind of disclosure, whether we drive the process or whether it happens accidentally or whatever, is going to be messy. It won't be fun. We think the Middle East is bad now. What happens to the Middle East after petroleum becomes a bit less relevant in today's world? What happens in the United States or everywhere else? And I write here, a long time to resolve questions. What I mean by that is simply disclosure. It's not going to answer every single question. Unless someone puts a little gray alien on a podium, which I'm sure will not happen, there'll be many, many arguments and questions, maybe for generations, about the nature of these other beings. There won't be arguments. You'll have very religious Christian fundamentalists who will look at this phenomenon one way. You'll have the tree-hugging New Agers who look at it in a totally different way. You'll have scientific skeptics who look at it in a different way still. There's no bridge wide enough to cover those gaps very easily, so the cultural wars will just get more intense, not less. I didn't say that disclosure would be fun. I do think it's an inevitability. I'm not sure which scenario is going to win out. I'm just about done here. And in wrapping this up, I guess I will emphasize that the cover-up of this phenomenon, the disclosure of this phenomenon are fundamentally political processes. Because we are dealing with an increasingly neo-fascist global political system, it's fascist in all but name, that a disclosure, this is me talking, ideally would be achieved with a view toward breaking this neo-fascism. I am quite sure that whatever conversations John Podesta is having about this subject, I seriously doubt that he's having it with a view toward breaking the kind of transnational corporate global fascist system that is coming into place. I would be confident in saying that he's not having that discussion. If he is, then I give him credit. I think a true disclosure needs to do this. It needs to confront the fact that we've had a breakaway civilization and a black budget culture and criminal financial dealings that have come to dominate our world. Again, I'm not interested in a disclosure that doesn't do that. Count me out. I only want a disclosure that can affect a positive transformation of our politics. Beyond this, how do we come to grips with who these other beings are? This is the difficulty, and I don't have an answer to it, guys. I just don't. I don't think, I said this in the last lecture, I don't think we'll ever be ready for a disclosure, and I doubt that we'll ever truly be ready to deal with these other beings, whoever they are. They seem to be well beyond our capabilities, but ultimately I think that's irrelevant. I don't think it matters if we can deal with them or not, because the train left the station and we're going to a certain destination, and this is going to happen. I doubt we'll be ready, and we'll just have to learn to deal with it. One thing that I wonder is, do these other beings support or not support the status quo of power on our planet. Depending on who you talk to, you get different answers. There's, a lot of people who claim that they have contact with these other entities, and these other entities want to help us move along into a better society. I don't really see a lot of practical movement toward that, to be honest with you. If I were to take a guess, I would say these other beings are quite content with the current status quo because it hasn't been changed, and they do whatever it is they do here. And the status quo is very repressive and very engaged in throwing illusion after illusion at us. So I don't know. I don't get the idea that these other beings are particularly interested in outing themselves either. I've not ever had that sense. So I'm kind of repeating myself here. I mean, are we outmatched by the situation? Maybe. To me, these things don't bother me anymore. Sometimes people get very worked up and upset over the fact that we live in this web of lies, I suppose. And it bothers me too, don't get me wrong. But I guess my attitude about it is, I'm interested in making my own life as positive and productive as I can. All I can really do is ferret through these little questions. I don't expect to save the world in any way, believe me. If I can make a little bit of a contribution toward understanding this, then I think I'm happy. But what I really believe in is about all of us discovering who we are and becoming brave individuals and realizing that we are free and not being afraid to speak up. Learning the truth, being discriminating, not simply believing everything that comes across our Facebook page, being critically minded, but also being unafraid to speak up. I think that we're all benefited by that. I guess that's all I have to say, so I'll take some Q&A. Thank you very, very much. Thanks a lot. I just want to say once again that I have so very much enjoyed being here in Australia and talking to many of you individually. And so I'll look forward to some questions now. And how much time do we have, Mariana?
We've got a good 15 minutes, I think.
Oh, 15.
Yeah.
I went a little over. I think I went a little over. Okay, well, whatever questions, I'm happy to reply to.
Richard, what do you think of the possibility that there are ET beings that are trying to assist with disclosure in this regard? That it was in 2009, I think, when China, France and England released secret profiles, disclosure of the small d. And then in the years shortly after that, there was a rash of mass sightings over capital cities, whereby hopefully the populations are ignited by this and actually seeing mass sightings over Mexico as well in the aftermath of that disclosure of the small d.
I'm glad you asked that. I also think that is intriguing. In terms of the British releases, overall, I think they've been very overstated, to be perfectly honest with you. Most of them are often redundant from each other. They claim that they've released all of these sightings, and we know that they have not released everything. That's been totally confirmed, and they pretend that they've released everything. But nonetheless, your point is an interesting one. Is there a relationship to those mass sightings that you referred to and the release of information? This is one of these, it's hopefully some future historian will get access to data to be able to confirm this one way or the other if there's a relationship. All I can do is speculate and say maybe there is. I do think that there has been a relationship over the years from UFO sightings to some of our political transformation. So, for example, at the end of the period of the Soviet Union, there was a significant wave of UFO sightings over that country. There was a significant wave of sightings in the Middle East dealing in Iran during the period at the end of the Shah and just before the Iranian Revolution. There were, and a couple of others that I'm not remembering. Oh, in... oh, God, I need some water. All of a sudden, it's very warm in here.
Could we have the air conditioner turned up?
Oh, is that possible? Well, it's okay. I'll live. I've had water. Anyway, I think your point is simply that is a good one, and all I can say is maybe. You know, are there others who want to promote disclosure who are from the other side of the fence? I don't really know who to believe on this. I haven't spoken to them myself. I could imagine that some of them might think it's a good thing. But the fact is that I just have no evidence that, I mean, there's, you know, well-meaning people who claim that they've communicated with these ETs, who believe that they want to help us. But all of these people are, I mean, most of them are kind of low-level, anonymous, random people. I don't know why the ETs would select some of these so-called contactees. So I don't really know. Any other questions? Do you want to pick someone? There's someone.
Thank you. I was just wondering, out of the four scenarios you presented, which one do you think is the most likely, in your opinion?
The most likely disclosure scenario, probably fascist disclosure. Some version of it, to be honest with you. I'm not saying that's the one that's going to happen, but the way I look at things right now, I think we have some very big things stacked against us. So I think we certainly appear to be looking at a situation in which a global control system is coming into place. CETA was just signed the other day. It hasn't been ratified, but you know, unless people really wake up and fight, this global legal system's coming into place, and I don't really see. I mean, there are people like us who don't buy into the system, but for every one of us, there's so many who are just not on board, and I think it's become easier, not harder, to control people. I mean, I'm surprised to say this. We're in an age of the web, so-called age of information, but I suppose if you want information on how your football team did last night, it's great, it's awesome. But if you really want a deep analysis, and you have to hunt, and the control system in place is very powerful. So I don't want to give percentage, or like a bookie would give, what's the likelihood odds, but I would say of those four that I've identified, maybe the fascist disclosure is the most likely. But we're living in a very uncertain time. Anything can happen. And I do think it's entirely possible that I expect the unexpected. I do expect the unexpected. So leaks, scenarios. Truthfully, if not fascist disclosure, then maybe an accidental disclosure, like I wrote about in After Disclosure, I think is still very possible. All kinds of crazy things can happen. So, any other questions? You got the microphone? There we go.
You mentioned a few times in regards to mediums having contact with other entities or ET.
I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit? Just repeat that.
You mentioned a few times about mediums having contact with ET, and some talk about other races are coming to help, or other races are not coming to help.
Well, I have not had any communication with ETs whatsoever.
Would you be interested to?
I would always be interested.
Okay. There is a medium out in Australia who works with the Zeta race. He was investigated by a Canadian scientist who worked before with the Canadian government. And so he has been tested on, the medium has been tested on a lot of information where the medium would not have a clue, for partition systems, for instance. Would you be interested to talk to them?
Yeah, sure. My attitude is, look, over the years I've encountered many people who have claimed to have direct connection to information like this. I've met people who are very impressive with what they seem to know, and others who I've not really found much belief in. So I don't really know who this person is, but we could chat about it. I'm not saying no.
Yes.
I'm not saying yes, but I'm not saying no.
I know, but at a time now, when I see the people here, there is a time where they do want to communicate with the human race as such. So many people I meet are now suddenly
mediums who have other entities, where actually often we can even see them when they speak. So I think maybe it is something to look at.
Well, my attitude with this, as a public researcher, I try to be careful with what I put out there. So for me, I don't like to communicate information where I have to say to someone, trust me, this is the information. I don't like to do that. That puts me above you, and I don't like researchers who do that. Actually, I don't really think that they're researchers. I think that whatever they are, they're not researchers. So I like to be able to confidently go to the rest of the world and say, this is information that I can rely on. So now, if it is possible that a medium has access to information that they should not otherwise have access to, if they can demonstrate that, that's absolutely interesting. And sure, I'd be interested in, I think that there are people, there's remote viewers, that I believe in them. I don't think it's an impossible quality. So, but I've also met people who say that they're remote viewed, and I haven't really placed much confidence in them. So it all depends. So that would be my answer. We could talk about it later. I'd be up for it. Any other questions? She's got the mic.
Hello.
Hi.
Just a point of clarification. You were talking about brain mapping and also trying to read thoughts.
Yes.
Google are putting a lot of money into that, and it's all through nanobots. So, and this whole idea of having a single sign-on, so that if you want to have a sign-on everywhere, you'll have these nanobots in your system, and the system, well, they will know when it...
Nanobots in your body, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, this is a variation of what I was reading about. This is another version of that type of thing.
You take it through a pill, and they'll know when it's actually activated.
Say that last part again?
You take it via a pill, and they'll know when it's activated.
I'm still missing the first part of what you said.
You take it like in the Matrix, you take it like a pill.
Oh, a pill.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I believe it. I think we're moving into a very crazy future where there's going to be a whole variety of technologies that will be used to, it's not simply through brainwaves. There's a lot of ways to read a human being. And whether it's facial recognition software that can read your emotions in one way or another, or, the programs that are being developed are probably terrifying if we knew what they were, and different ways of getting inside our head.
Yeah, but I guess what you're kind of saying about the global elites and the power structure, and I guess the fear aspect of all this is not new. This has been around forever. The globals have been, the elites have been in charge. So I guess...
We can.
Hi there, Richard. Wonderful talk, and thanks very much.
Thanks.
We in Australia, we have been beaten down, and I think there's a lot of brave people here. You mentioned I'm watching Bill Tompkins and Corey Good.
Oh, yes.
Who are on the disclosure on the EAR project that you'll be on soon. And, Tuesday, Donald Trump is going to roll back the TTP. So, let's be brave, and maybe things aren't as bad as you think.
Well, I would like to see a rollback of TPP. As far as Bill Tompkins and Corey Good, I'll just say, hopefully without making enemies, that I'm not really on board with either of those scenarios. I did have the opportunity to read Bill Tompkins' text. I was offered the opportunity to publish it, which I declined. So if you ever wonder if I'm just out for the money, you know that I'm not, because I could have made good money on that book. It's selling quite well. But I could not ever, in good conscience, publish that book. I just find way too much questionable about it, and I would not ever want to associate my name with it. So that doesn't mean that I don't believe there's a secret space program. As I've said, I do believe in one. I just don't believe in his. There's too many historical inaccuracies and anomalies to bother going into.
Hi Richard, how are you? Just over here.
Who's talking? Oh, right there. Okay, hi.
So just more of a question for a piece of advice from someone who's quite a secular-minded researcher. What's your advice for someone like myself in discerning through information, especially to pertain to how much information there is, or I know you sort of touched on a little bit, but just some avenues, some means to more specifically be a little bit more.
There are a couple of basic tools that's available to anybody. So one thing that I've used a lot over the years to look at photographic evidence is Google reverse image search. I highly recommend this. In other words, if you get, this has happened to me, this is a true story. On my Facebook feed, there was like 90 people on this, and this guy was, and I was one of the recipients. He put a picture of a giant cyclops, and he said, "Here's proof of the ancient giants, one-eyed giants." And I thought, okay. So I downloaded it, and I ran it through the Google reverse image search. So what you do is you go to Google image, right? Once you download the image on the web that you want to investigate, you download it to your hard drive, go to Google image search, and there's an icon of a camera inside there. And what you do is you simply drag the JPEG image into that icon, and what it will do is it will search the web for every instance of that picture. It's amazing. The capabilities existed for the past 5 years. So look up Google reverse image. And so what I found for that particular image was that it was the winner of an Adobe Photoshop competition from 2004. So the creator of it wasn't trying to spoof us or hoax us. He was just like creating a really cool fake. So I wrote to the group of 90 people. I said, look, all right, you could have done this yourself. It took me 10 minutes of my life, but I figured out that this is from an Adobe Photoshop competition. This is not legitimate, in other words. And you know, the guy wrote back, he said, well, Mr. Dolan, since I respect you as a researcher, I'll take your word for it. I said, don't respect me as a researcher. Just do the work. It's not hard. So anyway, reverse image search is a very good tool for some of that. And also, the other thing with Google search is if there's a claim that you come across on the web or anywhere, it is now possible to do a chronological search of a piece of information. The web is now basically 25 years old, so in other words, if you want to find out the origin of a particular claim on something, you can actually search by date, and you can find earlier and earlier iterations of a particular claim. It's not a perfect system, but basically what I'm saying to you is, like, if you find the origin of a particular statement, you're much more likely to know how legitimate it is than not. So there are different tools just to any armchair researcher that are available just through Google to allow us to search and be our own investigator. And just more generally speaking, I just have to say to people, there's a lot of sensationalism in this field. There's a lot of self-appointed gurus who love the attention, and they want you to love them, and they've got inside information for you. I would just be very careful. You know, this field is strange enough. We don't need to make it more sensationalistic than it already is. And unfortunately, this has invaded our field. And I would like to see that part go away. So I think we just have to be critically minded. And I mean, that's an easy thing for me to say, I realize, but just let's please not believe everything that comes across our desk. And let's not freak out over every little crazy bit of sensationalist information that comes our way also. Any other questions?
Hi Richard, thanks for the lecture and thanks for your books, they're fabulous. I think it's clear that Donald Trump presidency will disrupt the current order.
Hmm?
Do you think that's good or bad? Do you think a Trump presidency will be a step towards disclosure?
Yeah, I don't think Trump has said anything that I'm aware of about the UFO phenomenon, anything serious anyway. So I don't really know where he would be. He would be certainly disruptive to the, putting it mildly, right? He would be disruptive to the, first and foremost, to the U.S. establishment. They don't want him. I had a conversation with political researcher Webster Tarpley. Some of you might know his name. He's done a lot of 9/11 research. I chatted with him back in June of this year, and he said, I found this incredulous. He said, there's going to be a false flag in the fall, and it will be designed to put Trump in power. I said, what? I said, really? He says, yeah, Wall Street wants Trump. I said, no, sorry, Wall Street does not want Trump. Wall Street wants Hillary Clinton. And I stand by that. They do not want Trump. Trump is the antithesis of what the U.S. ruling establishment wants. And so I think what would happen in the event that he is president is that the American government would kind of shut down, which I think would be a wonderful thing. I mean, wouldn't it be great? Seriously, I'm not joking. For 4 years of the American government's inability to do anything, that's like a 4-year vacay. I would be totally fine with that. Get nothing done whatsoever. I think it would be the best thing I can imagine. So I would actually, for no other reason. And you know, you've got the ruling establishment, the mainstream media, basically describing Trump as the next Hitler. This is ludicrous. Unfortunately, a lot of people believe it. I'm not saying he's a great guy. So let's look at the checklist. Narcissist check, sexist check, you know, whatever else check. Yes, he's all of those. He sounds like he's 12 years old sometimes. But I don't believe, and I will not accept that he's the next Hitler. I don't believe it at all. I think what's happened is that he's been portrayed as, I mean, he makes it easy, let's just be real. He's been portrayed as, he is dangerous. I mean, he's about as much of a military ass kisser as Hillary Clinton. There's really not much different there. And he has said some very draconian type things about surveillance states. So I'm not saying he's like, oh, great for civil liberties. I don't believe that at all. But he is against the U.S. policy of constant warfare, and he is against the policy of, at least in his rhetoric of a corporate domination of the world. So to that extent, I think these are good things. And if he were to become president, which I think the odds are stacked against him, but who knows, if he were, then we would see a real shutdown of a lot of the U.S. government, to be honest, because the Republican and Democratic parties do not want him to be in power. And I think he would get no, unless he just caves. Maybe he'll just cave in totally. That would be the most likely scenario. I think actually that would happen. He would just cave in and just do all of the things that Hillary Clinton would do. That's my unfortunate opinion. I think that's what would happen. But more likely, I think Hillary's going in. Despite the FBI, despite the probe, despite the criminal charges, won't matter. Somehow the system is, I mean, this is my own pessimism, but I think the system's going to put her right in.
On that note, we need to finish.
That happy note.
Please give Richard a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. I love it here. Thanks.